Welcome everyone. I think my audio should be all sorted. Thank you all for tuning in. We've got a few people who've followed between the announcement of me being a streamer and of course the stream starting. So thank you all who have followed earlier. We are just right now get spectated up again. We've got a fair few people in the lobby, some very fast drivers indeed. We've got HYR here, we've got NWR, Autumn here, we've got some AMS drivers, so we've got definitely a bit of everything. LP here, we've got the AFMG team, Kasai, which is cool to see, we've got EVR cars, so we've got a decent crowd of drivers. Yeah, we're just waiting for everyone to join, also for the stream. Thank you all for tuning in. So yeah, we're just waiting to start stint 5. Pretty sure everything's actually ran on time quite well. I say that, but I've probably jinxed it. Early morning over here, and yeah, I'll be covering most of the night stints for people, and then I think someone else is meant to cover after, which should be really good. I apologise early if I butcher some of these names. It looks like we've got Kaiser, Spirit, Blazer. I think that's meant to be Velocity, but they're kind of cool. Just putting the X in there. Autumn, JJ Reds, Durkee. Is that? We'll get it. We'll get it sometime. Drop a few. So yeah, some of these people I have raced with before, so I know them decently enough, and there's a few names I haven't seen, either because I have not qualified into the lobby before, or they're making their tour debut. But a lot of regulars in here. This is B lobby, so some very fast drivers. They can upset some of those A lobby drivers if they get a good run tonight. Hey, we got Jamesy here. Let's go. Oh, I want to make sure I'm not getting audio playing back at me. Said we're just waiting. There's not much to talk about at the moment. And from my experience at Le Mans, the GT class is absolutely wild. What is scary during these sessions are the prototypes as they try to lap you. And my cat has zoomies, which was just perfect after starting the stream. Just perfectly calm about 5 minutes ago. Looks like we're about to go green flag racing soon enough. Wait for the FZ driver to ready up. And we shall be set. Decent enough mixed field here. Looks like the red class will be the protos, good field of protos, and then the rest of the field being our GT field. So it looks like we've got a couple of Mercs, Mustangs, Porsche, hell yeah, Chev, McLaren, and a couple of BMWs also, and a Lexus. Seen a Lexus a couple of times if you've tuned in on the channel on ACC. I'm pretty sure it's the same model Lexus. It might be slightly different by like a couple of years. And of course for our protos, a Lamborghini, BMW, and a bunch of Porsches. And I absolutely love my Porsches. Porsche that I'm currently in was the Porsche I ran at last year's Le Mans, which was really cool, and it was a great livery by Valkyrie and Maria. I think they both worked on it. It was really cool. Still one of my favorite liveries I've ever run, because it absolutely looked amazing during these night stints. Pretty sure we got a lobby win with our teammate Token Abyss. I had some good battles. I think it was the EVR team at one point. That was pretty cool. So yeah, there's some good memories driving this car. We had a really rough run. We got caught up with the prototypes a couple of times because the prototype fights were pretty good to watch also. And then of course we had to save this man, AFMG Saki, during the race as he ran out of fuel. And we pushed him back to the pits so he could finish the stint. I think we are nearly set. Should be a good one. Just check how many people we got. Just taking a bit. Yeah, well, already it looks like we're only about 12 minutes behind. It's not too bad at the moment. Yeah, we're just waiting. But yeah, some top drivers in those prototypes. Definitely AMS team. I'm pretty sure that Swordfish team in here, and one of these BMWs. I'm pretty sure that's that one. You got HYR. They're always quick. And of course our GTs. You got Alan P car. They're always around. AFMG was their Mercedes they've chosen. Of course Kasai, which it's cool to see him in the field. Oh, and of course, so got a HYR GT also. So a big HYR presence here. They had their latest endurance race about a month ago, I think. No, not that long ago. No, actually about a month ago, which was really good. Great event from those guys. But yeah, our main focus tonight is TORA, and it's been a good turnout for the entry list. About just over 60 cars, which is really good to see on this game. About 26 prototypes and 40 odd GTs. Hey, Valkyrie's here. And in the bop, I don't think I have a good enough mic for it to pick it up, but yeah, I don't think the mic picked it up. I was doing it quite alright. We got a few people chilling in here. So, yay, he did pick it up. Let's go. Yeah. There's something to do. It's the easiest way to spectate. Spectate TORA is why not commentate? Because I wanted to see how, well, a bit of bias, how HMC drivers, past and present, performed tonight, and I wish all them the best. A lot of them have qualified in the A lobby, which I am proud of, but also sad because I was hoping to be in B lobby. But yeah, we're still just waiting. I think a few people are just getting themselves sorted. But yeah, it should be a really good one. Yes, the front row seat. I remember last time, Token qualified us into, I think, B lobby, and I did not have B lobby pace around Le Mans. But yeah, there's your livery on screen, Val. Here we go. We're about to go green flag racing. I'm pretty sure everything's still the same from last time in the way of we start at that bridge. And I have been bidden before with open lap shenanigans. And I hope we can get a very clean start. Especially because I don't want to see a restart. It is going to be a long night, so let's go racing. Yeah, Val gets it. When your teammates qualify really well and you're like, oh, this is awesome, I'm going to be in this lobby. But then you're like, oh, it's going to be a long 2 hours racing by myself. The cool thing is when you actually catch someone in those lobbies. So we're going to have NWR Velocity on pole, and it's going to be Autumn on the outside. JJ Red's actually on row 3. The HYZ team is going to be starting at P4. The Blazer car, which I'm pretty sure is the SFM car, is P5. P6 is the SMX team. Then AFZ again in P7. HYR is P8. The Cheeseburger League racing team is P9. aka is being P10. P11. Oh, and he'll be leading they'll be leading the GT field. As I said, I'm pretty sure we'll go single file. And we keep on going down. We got Storm, Valhalla, Fear, LMP, Reiko, Ibia, Riwa, Saki, Riryu, Kasai. Oh, this is going to be pretty cool mid-pack there. One Dark Knight, FRD. Oh, they've changed it on me. Oh, I think they're still on the grid. My bad. And gear. So, if you really trying to figure out why I'm pronouncing some of these a bit weird or really slow, my eyes aren't that good. That's one reason why I'm not racing tonight at the TORA. Is again those all sorted. And also other things is I can't pronounce stuff sometimes. No, you do a great job, Val. It's just every now and then everything gets a little bit blurry on my screen. I was like, oh no. So I think I'm just gonna, as annoying as it sometimes is, if most people have experienced it, when you have a tag name in front of your actual gamer tag, getting called that, it's probably gonna be the easiest thing to call straight away. But we will learn, and hopefully I get warmed up and I can just notice each car, because we are going to be busy, and my cat wants pats right now, just as we're about to start. I'm going to move this out of the way so she doesn't knock that over. Hello, yes, I can see you give me bumps. Hopefully we load in, everything's fine. Yeah, this is stint 5. We've had 4 stints before, and we have a lot more to go. Reaching that halfway mark, this stream will go all the way to the halfway mark, and then if I boot up another stream for the 3 stints afterwards, yeah, we should be all leaving out. There we go. HYR car, absolutely beautiful livery. Pretty sure it's a HYR car. Usually Autumn is running for the HYR livery. It might be a different actual one. It looked very similar to a HYR style livery. But no doubt some really good liveries. We won't be able to see them for a while until later stints when the sun comes back up. Look at those prototypes. We're about to go green flag racing. So they head through this little bit of a chicane, and we see this little bridge, and we're going to go green flag racing as they hit it. Single file. And there we go. The prototypes, we'll check out a little bit at the back here, some of the prototypes, so we can see as much of the field as we can. And we already got one miles off track. That's a terrible start. And they're going to be stuck with all these GTs. Oh, GT in the wall early. It's one of the BMW cars. It's Braco. And everyone's just taking advantage of it. Oh, a little bit of contact, more contact, as they head onto one of the straights and loses a ton of position. So some bad luck for some drivers early on in stint 5. 3 wide ahead of them. Kasai's involved in this. No, Kasai's well gone. It's a bit further back. It was the LMP car. Braco, who went off before, is trying to make up some positions again. Some interesting lines there, but we all survived so far. I'll have to try to keep an eye up on the prototypes also, but I love myself some GT racing, and we got an absolute train of cars here. Three wide again. Heading into one of the chicanes. Rewire, one of the drivers getting involved in this battle pack at the front here in the involved racing car. This battle not done yet. Gonna head into one of the deep braking zones. And this is gonna be a very testing moment early on. Does everyone get pulled up? No, we got a car off ahead, and I got a feeling that's the One Dark Knight, and it was all the way at the back. Also at the back, something happened early on, is Saki. Move a little bit up to where some of our prototypes are. The AFZ car, battling with the Cheeseburger League, CBL. A little bit of contact on the back, nothing serious. Talk about something serious, I think there's some serious racing up near the front here. While looking away, Autumn has taken the lead. Velocity under some serious attack right now from JJ Reds, the AMS car. All these drivers pushing quite hard. And Velocity finds some speed early on again to attack Autumn. Still lap 1. Of course, still a lot of racing to go for this stint. Good run there from Velocity. Lap 1 is done. Autumn leads Velocity and JJ Reds. Prototypes extremely fast. In this cold weather, you have to work really hard to keep control of these cars. Super easy to spin, or even just do a slide and lose a lot of time. Make sure you stay grouped together so you can get those slipstream on the straights. Bad run there from Autumn. Here comes Velocity. Velocity through to the inside here, and will reach the lead. Autumn probably trying to get some side draft here to fight back. They're going to be side by side going into the first chicane here. And I'm pretty sure JJ Reds is looking for a gap, an opening to get further up in the field. Autumn maintains the lead. Great drive in there. Velocity isn't done though. They head down the main straight again. They'll head to another hard braking zone, another little chicane. Good passing opportunity. Velocity gets back to the lead, having a bit more straight line speed. And they pull it up though. They do at the moment, but not looking like a good exit. Here comes Autumn. Velocity covers, but Autumn looking for a move. Right on the back of that NWR car, and now has stood out alongside. Autumn to the inside and to the lead, hits a couple of bollards, but Velocity is still side by side. JJ Red's looking for a spot to go, but there's no room. Prototypes fill out the whole track. HYZ car, they haven't left him yet. We've got some pack racing here. Still side by side. 2 by 2. Autumn to the inside, and they both make it through. Velocity not done. Still looking to the inside, and will hold the inside here, and Autumn sticking around the outside. They're still side by side for multiple corners now. JJ Reds dropped down to P4. That means kind of nothing right now because they're all separated by nothing. We're about to go 3 wide here early on in the prototypes. Do we all survive? And we've got a change for the lead. The HYZ car has went 4th to 1st in a span of a couple of corners. It was a great run. Autumn down to P3. Velocity and Autumn still battling, but they don't want to battle too much. It's the AYZ team. It's a great moment. They side by side through the kind of chicane. It's like a little snake. Couple of hiccups there from Velocity, and they're going to lose all the positions back to P4. And JJ Reds, what can they do? What can the AMS team, what can Alien Motorsport do here? They've been a bit quiet in the opening laps. They've just been hanging around. And here they go, up to P2. Bit of a slide there as they get by Autumn. We've got the Cheeseburger League in the pits. I hope they're the Cheeseburger League. I hope I'm not mixing up with another team. So JJ Reds, P2. Velocity and Autumn that have battled each other super hard early on have now fallen back to 3 and 4. And this pack of cars have actually ditched the rest of the prototypes quite well at the moment. Looks like JJ Reds is actually going for the lead now. He's timed his run really well this lap. A couple of GTs in the back of the field going into the pits also. Looks like Kasai also has made their way up in the front of that GT pack. We're just looking at the GT field in the way of the leaderboard at the moment, and Saki has made his way up from some kind of shenanigans early on. But meanwhile, we are focused on this prototype fight. It's absolutely insane right now. It looks like Autumn and Velocity are still battling each other for that P3 and 4 spot. JJ Reds, what can he do? Can he get to the lead for the first time in this stint? Looks like he will. He's to the inside. Oh, runs out of a little bit of space there. That HYZ car, and they've fallen down to P3. Wasn't meant to really click on their name. And everyone's trying to slipstream them. The side draft actually still quite good in this game. And we've got some pack racing again. 4 cars separated by absolutely nothing. The HYZ car gets back to the lead around the outside. And that will become the inside. Oh, just gets pulled up. I thought they were going to oh no! Gets away with one. Honestly, I thought that was going to be a car right in the fence. A little bit of contact. I was about to say, I thought they were going to drill the side of someone's car. And that is Autumn who got involved in that. P4, nothing serious. But has broken up the field a little bit. Velocity now up to P2, and JJ Reds takes the lead. And now we got an AFZ car. Carbon has now joined this pack, and it should be a 5-car fight now. Hopefully they bunch up again, because that was entertaining. Only 10 minutes down in the session. And we saw a couple of early pits. I believe could be for damage, because I don't see people pitting 10 minutes early in a stint. Another lap done, and it's JJ Reds that leads us. I'm going to quickly jump back to some of the GT cars, and the AKA driver leading in the Corvette. Kasai is battling with Fid Mask, and a good move there by Kasai if they can pull it off. Nice move, Kasai. And Riddle Yu is taking advantage of this, and they're going to go side by side and try to move up to P3 in the stint. Behind them is the LMP car. So we're going to watch a bit of GT racing here at Le Mans. Fid Mask fighting back on Riddle Yu. Oh, a bit of a slide there for Kasai. Bit of a slide there for Riddle Yu. So some of the GT guys struggling finding grip, and I believe that is because most of them will be running no aero like you do at Le Mans. LMP team just behind. Breako, of course, we saw them off very early in the stint, and they are 15th outright. And I believe, if I do quick math, they are 6th in the GT class at the moment. These guys kind of space out a little bit more. We check on our prototypes, and while I was looking at the GTs, Velocity has retaken the lead. JJ Reds in P2. Autumn falling off, and Carbon has fallen off and actually is getting attacked by the HYR car of Spirit. Spirit can pull a move of the front of that BMW, all lit up like that. Said most of the field are running the Porsche, and I respect that. We've got a couple of BMWs in the prototypes, and I'm pretty sure we got a Lamborghini somewhere. I think we're going to get a move soon enough, or they might be just happy to chill behind and work together to try to catch up to this pack. battle for the lead. Still quite close. Velocity was leading the pack early on, and then got absolutely jumped. And then JJ Reds got to the lead. Just taking his time and actually pulled some great moves. Well, they don't look great, but they were smart moves to get to the front. And now he has to deal with Velocity again. Little mistake there from JJ Reds. He'll lose a little bit of time to Velocity. Go back into this pack a little bit. See what's actually happening. A little bit side by side. Braco. Is that Jesus? Well, Jesus is behind them, I guess. Braco Braco is up to 14th outright, getting a move done on the LMP car. Side by side though, yeah, didn't get completely done. Good battles in the GT, and I see Saki actually in the background also doing a good recovery drive for the AFMG team. Oh, hangs on to it. Bold move there from Braco. Did a good job to recover it. It'll use on the back of Damask again. And we'll go back up here with the prototypes. JJ Reds on the back of Velocity. Velocity hitting one of those bollards, which definitely would destroy one of these cars in real life, in the way of their front splitter. So it looks like everyone's in the phase of starting to work together, in the way of you found yourself a buddy for the stint. And yeah, you might have a go at them every now and then to get to the front, to get the position done. But the smart thing is to work together, drag each other back up to another car, especially if they're racing by themselves. The problem that the HYZ team has, and also Autumn has, is that they're by themselves right now. So they're not going to get any slipstream. And if these two start to work together, Velocity and JJ Reds, they're going to pull away here. If they start to fight, then that's going to be a different thing, because everyone wants a stint win. So a stint win means a lot. Doesn't matter what lobby you're in, but if you can get a stint win, it's a big dub for the team. In the GT field, we've seen a couple of positions change with the one Dark Knight. We were at the back, but I believe they pitted very early. Nearly a big mistake there from JJ Reds. Car looked like it was getting absolutely sucked into the wall. Change for position again, Riddle U and Damask. And that's because they are side by side on the straights. Still a little while before we see the prototypes come around to lap these guys. Good job there from Riddle U to stay ahead. Kasai is actually starting to pull away a little bit. But we've got a big pack of cars. Riddle U, Damask, Braco on the recovery drive. LMP, Jesus himself, and Saki. One night. Oh, change again was Damask and Riddle U. Really good battle here. Just hide all actually. That's probably a little bit better, isn't it? We'll do that for a little bit, because we need to keep an eye on the prototype lead also. But we need to give some GT drivers some love. Here comes Braco. Braco, watching these two fight lap after lap so far. And that is to the lead for Damask again. And Riddley's actually lost the lower spots there, lost another spot there, I should say, to Breako. So it must have run a little bit wide. Breako on a really good recovery drive. Could get back onto the stint podium. Still a long race, of course. Barely 20 minutes in. I think we'll see some pit stops about the 30-minute mark. Depending on how good they can look after their tyres. These guys spacing out a little bit again. Pretty sure we have plenty of time to watch the GTs. The prototypes, I feel like something's going to give soon enough. We saw a little bit of shenanigans with that HYZ car and Autumn. It's a little bit of Forza glue, but they both got away with it, which was lucky enough. But we got a 3-car fight for the lead happening now, and JJ Reds is the meat in the sandwich. Pretty sure we saw AMS Jamesy in the chat supporting his team, no doubt. Velocity trying to hang on to the lead here. Him and JJ Red seems like they've been working together quite well. And all the GTs, look at that train of GT cars, all following each other into the pits. Damas, Riddle U, the LMP Canary, and Saki have stayed out in the GT field. And meanwhile, when I was looking at the leaderboard, JJ Red's losing a little bit of time to Velocity, and now under some serious heat on the HYZ team. And it looks like we're going to see pit stops for the prototypes also. Velocity, JJ Reds, and HYZ into the pits. Autumn into the pits. We're going to see everyone into the pits. Looks like it. Spirit actually has dropped off from the AFC team. But they're going to stay out because they want to lead the stint. Or maybe they got a cool strat. Either way, they'll retake the lead and we'll cover it. Nice job. Back in our GT fights. Are these two still fighting? No, there's actually been a bit of a gap now thanks to Riddley's mistake last lap by. A couple of changes here, some shenanigans. No shenanigans, just a pass. Still in the pits. In the prototypes, they're all getting themselves sorted. So our current race leader before the pit stops began, on screen right now in the beautiful Corvette. Kasai trying to chase them down, and he's doing a really good job in the Mustang. I had to wait till I could see enough light. And Breako on a good recovery drive here. And so the most important thing is Damask was around where Breako was in the way of the order of things. So it'll be interesting when they pit how much pitting a lap earlier or later affects your strat. Oh, Jamesy. Oh, I thought you were. Oh, good, Jamesy. Anyway, thank you for tuning in either way. To watch some racing. So, we've seen Breako actually get past here. Storm's getting the job done. No, but Breako pretty good under the brakes there, but has to back out a bit more to make sure he doesn't absolutely wipe out Storms. And a little mistake there, a little bit of a ghosting situation. Don't know what that's about, but side by side it is between them and the FDR. Oh, it's Jesus again. The way I find out is like it's not pronounced Jesus, it's probably something different, but I read it as Jesus and I love it. Cool slide there from the Merc and holds the lead. Oh, holds the position I should say, gets to the front of that. And we got some pit stops here. And one thing we want to see is where does the mask pop out from? HYR car still leading the prototypes. Look at that angry field of prototypes. Second backwards. It is the mask on the pit exit. And here is the rest of the field. There's Kasai. Kasai goes through. And the mask just pops out ahead of Storms, who has probably helped the mask hold that position from Braco as those two fought the last lap. We've got a very tight GT field other than our leader. Kasai, any mistakes here and he's going to get absolutely swamped by a bunch of GT cars. The HYR car is now into the pits. So is the FMX team. We're looking at with our prototypes. How close together are they? They're a little bit spaced out here. HYZ team not too far behind JJ Reds. And we might do something that Valkyrie has taught me, because I definitely need a voice break, because it's been an insane early section of the race. Maybe not actually. Move possibly on now. Oh, good little bump draft there. Actually might have a bit of a fight here, so I might stick with it. Try to get some coverage a little bit later. Some onboard prototype. See how fast they actually go around the corners from a kind of like a player perspective. Depends what camera you use. But we got side by side action here for P2, and that is JJ Reds back to P3. We'll get some of the stuff off the screen, and they're starting to get into the GTs, so this is going to get very interesting for the prototypes. JJ Red's right on the back. Do they look for the move? No. The GT field just ahead, so this is where shenanigans start to happen with some collisions with GTs and prototypes. Happened a lot last year in last year's Le Mans event, because look at the battle packs, look at these cars everywhere. The GT field does a good job to get out of the way and continue their fight at the back of the field. JJ Red's right on the back of the AFZ car. Absolutely glued there, glued throughout the traffic. Good heads up driving from the GT field. They moved their battle across. Oh, a little mistake there from JJ Reds. Flipped the wall, and we'll lose a little bit of time there. I want to go see a little bit of this GT fight at the back there, as they have to deal with some prototypes. So the One Dark Knight's involved in this. Rewa, the EVR team, included in this. Looks like Giri? Oh, whatever their name is, they got into the wall pretty hard there. One Dark Knight falling a little bit back there. Stormzy's in the pits. Not ideal. Oh, wasn't meant to really click on it. We were in a fight here. The Volvo car. Oh, they're going to the pits again. Okay. Well, they did pit very early in the race. So either weird strategy or something did go wrong lap 1. And they have to change their whole game plan. But changing their game plan, go with prototypes. Get involved with the GTs. And JJ Red's losing a little bit of time with the GTs, but he can gain it just as quick. Oh, that is Saki who got caught up in that. Pretty sure it was the AFMG Mercedes. I think they got away with it, but a bit of a bump on the back from JJ Reds. It looks like we are decently spaced out. Especially in the prototypes, actually, near the back there. GT field. Or mixed around here. I think Autumn's getting through the GT field now. And Saki under attack from Riddle-Yu. By side, Riddle-Yu to the inside. Saki back down one position. Unsure if there's any damage from that bit of contact. Looked like it was going to be a way bigger crash than what it turned out to be, but he's fallen a couple of positions down though. Maybe just a bad run of luck after the incident, or maybe some damage, but he's staying there at the moment and involved in a nice battle there. And I think this is where we'll chill at the moment in the GT class. Saki around the outside. Might have tuned the Merc for a different area. Oh, a little bit of contact, a big slide from Saki. Hangs onto it to be careful for the prototype. And that was far from ideal. Bold move trying to go around the outside. Oh, collision ahead. BMW in the back of the Mustang. The Mustang goes really wide. Really good job to avoid that wall. Things are starting to get a bit silly here. We all survived so far. 3 different makes, all battling with each other. BMW, a Mustang, and a Merc. BMW to the inside of the Mustang. That is the LMP car ahead of Riddle-Yu. Here comes a prototype. Getting caught up with a bit of the GTs there. I thought they were going to clean up Riddle-Yu. And it's like we got a GT in the pits and we got the CBL team into the pits. So yeah, we're gonna do a bit of a little break here for my voice. I'll actually probably talk to people in the chat. And yeah, we'll go watch Riddle-Yu enjoy his fight with the LMP car and the AFMG car. Team cars involved here. Like game cameras, yeah. Here we go, the gang's back together again. Oh, just as Saki makes a mistake here though. Riddle U right on the back. There was a good exchange there on the straights. Get a brilliant slipstream at Le Mans. You have to use it well. Saki in the Merc. We look ahead. JJ Reds has actually lost a position down to P3. Canary, I'm sure it's pronounced Canary, is looking for some grip off track, and I believe they found nothing. But Saki, on the meantime, on the attack. He's been on defense for most of this lap from Riddle U. Now we're going to see what the AFMG Next Up car can do. Saw the Next Up sticker on there. Good group of people from Next Up. And we have a DC, which is great. Or not, it's just the game being weird, which is even better. Anyway, Saki on the attack. I think he'll be waiting for the straight. It's a smart thing to do most of these races. Instead of holding each other up in the corners, just get the stuff done on the straights and heading into one of these deep, hard braking zones. Yeah, everyone's starting to spread out a little bit. Meanwhile, Kasai and Breako having a good battle here. See if Saki can get the job done. Not at the moment. So Breako and Kasai having good battle for second in class. We have to jump here. Breako on a really good recovery drive. Kasai trying to fight them off. Kasai been leading this pack for a long time, and now they're here. Still side by side. We saw the leaderboard change all through the back straight. And Kasai drops back a little bit contact with Jesus. And Damask, it looks like in the background. Tell you what, Riddle U has definitely fallen off a little bit here. There behind Saki and Canary. Saki getting that move done on Canary. And Kasai here. Still trying to hold off, but will lose a position. Stay out of the gravel. Does a good job, but just a bit wide. Jesus is through. Here comes the mask. A little bit of contact, door to door. Trying to go 3 wide here. So, oh, a bit of contact. There's a lot more contact than before. Be careful. Someone's going to end off track. If that continues. Kasai was a big dive to the inside of the mask. Some more contact between the two Mustangs. Big move there from the mask. Kasai yields and falls back another spot. The mask up to P4 in GT. Kasai back to P5. Meanwhile, Saki and Canary, the battle we were watching on just before, is still continuing, and Riddle U has not left yet. GT Field put on a show. Prototypes had it early on. I said this is stint 1 of 5 that I'm covering. It's gonna be a long night. But yeah, this is stint 5 also. Oh, that is Riddle U into the pits. Possibly going for an undercut on Canary and Saki. A few more drivers into the pit lane. We'll look at the leaderboard, and it's like everyone And this is going to be a battle for the leader GT now. It's Canary and Saki first and second. Saki losing a little bit of time to Canary, LMP Canary that is. Everyone in the pits. Breaker actually leaving now. Our leader still for the GT class, miles ahead everyone else. Has not been challenged since the start. How is that battle for the photos? Oh, that's not good. Is it going to be like a 3-strike system and you're out? We're going to get a third one and someone's going to disappear? AJ Red's P3. As I said, the protos have spaced out a fair amount now. They're still quite close together, all things considered, after we've nearly done an hour worth of racing. It's like, oh, just trying to sort it out. Oh, never mind. Damask stayed out, so that was a lie. It was Canary and Saki. Look, pay attention, and Damask is your GT leader. Meanwhile, Saki and Canary, just talking about them. They're having a battle right now. And as we watch this battle, the prototypes are going to do another round of their compulsory pit stops. I think they have compulsory pit stops. I'm so used to saying compulsory pit stops from ACC. They have a round of pit stops. Meanwhile, Saki on the attack. Can we see a bold move here? No, decides to stay behind. Bunch of bollards go. Little mistake there from Canary and a little bit of a bobble from Saki. A slide there from LMP car. Saki looked at it, thought better of it, trying to get a good run. That's the main thing with TORA. You make sure you have a good run. You can't just half commit to a move, because that's how you end up putting you or someone else, or both of you, in the wall. Sai and Jesus having a good fight here. Sai back ahead. Reiko leading this field of cars. I'll be surprised to see these guys go into pits soon enough. Saki staying out. Damask, Canary into the pits for another stop. Saki though is going to take the lead of the GT class. The AFMG next up car. We are looking at Kasai, who's in a battle with Jesus. Anyone that's tuned in tonight and is from my regular coverages on ACC, this is TORA's Le Mans 24-hour. This is Stint 5, some of the night stints. Yeah, bit of Mars actually exiting pit now, and here comes Kasai looking for an opportunity. This is Le Mans 24-hour for 2026. We'll have Proto and GT field. And right now our GT field are putting on a show. It was Protos early on that were putting on a good fight. The GT field A lot of changes throughout the first hour of Stint 5. With Kasai put another good move. And that was Fear the Mask, who exited the pits on cold tyres and has joined this fight. So Kasai having their hands full. There's a bunch of drivers now. They were way ahead of everyone else early on in a comfortable position, and now they have two very quick drivers behind them in the way of Jesus and Damask. Storms is in the background here, not too far away. If any shenanigans happen with these three drivers. Here comes Damask with a great run in that Mustang and gets to the lead of this little pack here. That is P4 in the GT class, with Saki yet to pit. Sai on the attack. Mustang versus Mustang. We saw this battle before they pitted last. It was a good battle to watch. Kasai though running a little bit wide there, getting left on the outside, loses position to Jesus, and not loses position to Storm, but probably allows Storm to get onto the back of these guys and get a good tow. Comes Kasai. Oh, cars everywhere. Has a little mistake from Damask. Balked everyone up. Kasai to the inside of Jesus. Bit of contact. Nothing serious, but here comes Kasai. For the FFR car. Storms in the background has now joined this fight. Should be really good to watch. So it looks like it's Corvette versus Mustang here. Saki into the pits, finally led a lap in the GT field. AKA has retaken the lead, and they have virtually held on to the lead all race other than their pit stops. Breako will move up to P2, Feed the Mask P3, Side P4, and what's on screen right now, Jesus P5. As Saki exits, Saki's exiting the pits right now. Continue their fight with Canary. A little bit of contact. There's some cold tyres for Saki. Take a couple of corners to warm up. Little U behind these guys. And the rest of the field rewire back into the pits. Meanwhile, we haven't talked about them a little bit because they've spaced out a bit. Velocity was under attack in the first 10 to 15 minutes of the race, but leads comfortably from the HYZ driver. JJ Reds is on the podium for the Stint at the moment, P3. Autumn down in P4. Change of position here, we might actually jump to this. CBL team P5, FVZ P6, and HYR car has just moved up to P7, or held on to P7. So we've just joined them. And it's BMW versus BMW, and I'm pretty sure this is the Swordfish, well, Swordfish car. Because I'm pretty sure they're the other BMW prototype in the field. I just can't prove it. Saki and Canary in the background, also in the GT field. Every time I look away, they're having a little fight. But we'll get some prototype action with focus on the GTs for a little bit. We'll see if these guys space out a lot more. As we reach the 1 hour mark of Stint 5. We have definitely went past the halfway mark. Of course, we finished with 20 minutes remaining, as all TORA races are. Another thing we have to mention is beautiful livery from the HYR team. Go check their socials out. They do some good posts on TikTok, Instagram, and other social medias. And it's quite spaced out now. So Saki and Canary, they're side by side here. GT field, Saki back ahead of Canary. A little bit of sliding here. This is where a little bit of fatigue happens, is the middle of the stint. It's when you kind of relax a little bit sometimes. You start to make a couple of mistakes. Like near the end of the stint, you're like, oh, there's only 10 minutes left. Let's just go crazy. But these two still battling, all working together. It's hard to tell. We'll find out in the messages afterwards. But Canary fighting back on Saki, side by side through one of the fastest sections of the track. One of the fastest corners in my opinion. One of the most difficult corners to go side by side. But Canary gets back to the front. Saki drops behind. Actually keep track of the chat. The high, yeah. The HYR Racing, HYR. Thanks Val for tuning in. Hope to see you later in the stream. And we've got Storms into the pits. We have Velocity getting through a couple of the GT drivers right now. See if there's any fights at the moment. Oh, big shake for the HYR team. The Spirit. Just double checking. Oh, here we go. Kasai's on the attack again on Braco. GT field. Or P2 for the class, and we've seen a lot of changes for position for P2 in the GTs. Sadly no changes for the lead for the GT class. AKA driver doing a really good job right now. Kasai fighting hard, and they've held on to that P2 position for most of this race. Fallen back a little bit, but now is back to P2. Braco, they were one of the drivers that went off lap 1, and they've done a good job to recover. Get on the back of Kasai for a good recovery for a stint. So Kasai trying to hold off Braco. He's just not too far behind, and the mask is a little bit further back from that. Canary and Saki, how close together are they? Oh, right one. They're still quite close together. I talk about close together. It's Braco right on the back of Kasai again. Do they ever run on Kasai? I think they may have. Kasai covers to the inside a little bit. It's the hold position. Looks like Braco is coming through either way. It was a great run. Oh no, Kasai hangs on to the position. Good job by Kasai. Oh, nearly goes off in the gravel actually. Here comes Braco. Braco to the inside. Good car positioning there and a little bit of contact. Side point not realizing there was a big BMW on their inside. Side back to P3. The Luxem fellas driving. Luxem. That sounds familiar. Where was it? Oh, we see a couple of people changing around. Oh, Autumn actually catching JJ Reds. So Autumn dropped off early on in the race. And has now caught the back of JJ. JJ actually led a bit of the race. It's cool to see some prototype fighting again. Oh, a little mistake there from JJ. Touched the wall a little bit. Autumn on the attack. As I said early on in the race, 4-car fight for the lead for the opening 15 minutes for prototypes. Both of these drivers on screen did touch the lead during those 15 minutes. Sadly they've dropped off a little bit, but this is a battle for P3 in Proto for Lobby B, Stint 5. Autumn looking for a way past. Decides to chill just behind JJ Reds as they go to lap a GT driver. They do a good job. Put that driver down a lap. Another lap. So Autumn needs a good run onto the straight here. Get into that slipstream of the AMS car. Autumn to the inside. Heading into a deep braking zone. We've seen this move from her before and she gets the job done. Great job there from Autumn. JJ Reds isn't done though. Ready to do return serve. Side by side. JJ Reds ready to position the car well for the next corner. It looks like Autumn's just going to let him have it. Sit behind him, get a good run out of this little chicane. Try to pull a move again to get ahead of JJ Reds as they go to lap the HYR car of Riddle U. They get that job done. Autumn to the inside. JJ Red's trying to stay around the outside. Has to be careful of the gravel there. I think put a smidge of a tyre on the gravel, but Autumn does a good job to allow him back on track. Good, clean racing so far. Trying to get the side draft here. I'm going to probably go side by side to this corner. JJ Reds is going to try to stick around the outside. No, Autumn backs out. As they catch up to another GT. Oh, going to get balked from the GT. The BMW GT of LMP Canary. I think they'll be catching up to Saki because Saki and Canary have been close together. That is Saki just ahead of these guys in the AFMG Mercedes. So Autumn has to regather all the lost time there. Luckily, really good exit. And I think still in the slipstream. The mask gonna hold JJ Reds up a little bit. That helps Autumn a lot. And we're back to fighting. A bunch of GTs here. This is gonna be a bit messy. Autumn right on the back of JJ Reds. JJ Reds I don't think has anywhere to go here. But he finds a way because they pit, luckily. I thought they were going to get... JJ Reds was going to get absolutely boxed in there. Both drivers survived. Great driving. Great heads-up driving from both of them to get through the GT field. Now the fight continues. Head through most of the sector 1 here. Well, I'm probably going to wait for the straight for a good move. Not the best of runs onto the straight, but we'll get a slipstream still close enough to get a good tow from the AMS car. Close enough for a dive. Thinks better of it. Backs out. Oh, a bit of a slide there from JJ Reds. That's a big mistake there. It's going to open the door for Autumn, but Autumn had nowhere to go. Couldn't get the job around the outside. But definitely JJ is going to be vulnerable into the next corner. JJ trying to hold the inside line, but I think Autumn's going to have enough speed. Perhaps? No, doesn't. JJ just hangs on. That prototype's starting to slide around a little bit too much though. Probably going to start to hurt both of their races. As Autumn has a lot of speed right now in the HYR car. Autumn to the inside. And a very clean move there on JJ Reds. JJ back to P4, Autumn up to P3. JJ back on the attack. That car is really well designed for a straight line. Struggles a little bit in the corners. Did a good job to hold onto it. Good mistake there. Autumn looking around the outside. Not an option there. JJ Reds with some good car positioning, making it very difficult to get by. Here comes Autumn. A little bit of contact, but is through up to P3 again. Needs a good run here to try to break away from JJ. JJ just needs to keep a hold of Autumn. Big shake in the steering though. And it looks like into the pits. JJ into the pits, Autumn stays out. Look at the rest of the field. And Velocity, our race leaders, went into the pits also. HYZ team lead. So it looks like everyone's going to the pits. Saki a lap longer than all the drivers. Canaries went into the pits. Kasai battling again. Battle looks like Braco have to deal with one of the prototypes. Gonna see some pit stops here from the GTs. I think they've already done their pit stops. Yeah, they've already done their pit stops because they're all behind Saki. So prototype going to the pits also. I believe that might have been the SMX car. Interesting thing right now is the mask exiting the pits now. Losing position to Kasai and Jesus, but here comes Braco. Braco with some warm tyres and Damask on some cold tyres. Braco side by side. It's BMW versus the Mustang. The Mask trying to hold on to the position. We'll lose the position to Braco. Braco is a bit warmer tyres. There's contact on the back of the Braco Mustang, or the BMW I should say, the front of the Mustang of the Mask. So the Mask falls just behind them. Stormzy just watching behind. Go back to this battle with Jesus and Kasai. This is P3 at the moment, but it'll be P2 once Saki pits. Oh, a little mistake there. Lose a bit of time to Kasai. Kasai has a good opportunity to pull away for this lap. Try to break the toe. Bad exit there for the Corvette driver. Look back a little bit because this battle was Braco and the Mask. Mask trying to hold on. Braco was a bit of a slide. We might actually, I don't know, we were watching Braco, weren't we? Just the camera looked like it was focused on the Mask. So here's Braco. Here's the prototype going around. And we'll get the job done. Luckily on the straights, it's dealing with the GT fight. May be difficult in a couple of these corners. The Mask tries to cover. Does they get it pulled up? Yes, but loses position to Braco. Will be very vulnerable to storms. Though gets a good side draft from Braco. Might get ahead of this pack again. Storm's looking to make it 3 wide. Unsure which driver they should push. Side by side. Who breaks out first? Neither of them. They're still side by side. Bit of contact. Little mistake, and here comes Storms on the back of Braco. As I said, I'd like to thank everyone for tuning in so far. Stint 5. We should have... oh, there we go. Roughly 30 minutes remaining in the session before we head to Stint 6. I believe we'll get maybe one more pit stop, or they might be safe to the end. I think they might be safe to the end now. Oh, one of the prototypes getting stuck behind this GT fight of Braco and the Mask. There they go. Oh, the prototype. And the prototype gets through. Mask and Braco. Good fight right now, and we've seen this fight for a little while now at the tail of the Stint. Yeah, this is TORA's 24-hour Le Mans for 2026 B lobby, and we're witnessing a good battle between Braco and the Mask. Side by side. Who backs out first? Looks like Braco's going to brake earlier. The Mask holds the position. Braco looking for another run though. The Mask was a little bit of weaving to trying to break the toe. So to limit the amount of progress Braco can make, but Braco is getting all that tow and goes alongside and may take the position. That is a position change. I keep an eye on everything. Velocity is still leading the prototypes. This battle not done yet. The Mars attacking the back of Braco. HYZ driver P2 and Autumn P3. Side by side again. And here's a prototype. Might have moved by the prototype to get around the GT cars. A couple wheels in the dirt. The mask covers big time. Bit of a slide, hangs onto it, gets away with it. I don't think that was the most ideal line, but yeah, it pulled it off. Saki ahead of Storms. A few other GTU drivers. Canary's dropped behind these guys. Vidal's all the way into 19th. Jesus up to P2. Side behind them. Gonna quickly grab myself something to drink, so we are gonna ride on board with Kasai. Hey, I am back. Let's get back to the replay cameras. I go to the fridge and grab myself a drink. Oh, find somewhere now. There we go. Side by side, Kasai and it was Jesus. So this battle of fam out tonight is for P2 in the GT class. Sigh covers, but here comes Jesus. Seen some good battles tonight, which is cool if we keep it up for the next couple of stints. Side by side, so good driver between the two. The side goes a little bit deep, covers the position. Jesus. Goes back to P3. I think all our prototypes are quite spaced out. Spaced out a little bit before, and they got close together at one point. It was Autumn getting ahead of JJ Reds. Leader of our GT field, way ahead of everyone else at the moment. The battle on screen right now is Kasai and Jesus. Reiko ahead of Saki. That's getting a bit close with Storms just behind Saki. Canary, Riddle U, the Mask, and the rest of the field. Just watching Kasai try to hold off Jesus. As I said, they'll probably work together for a couple of laps here. There's no real pass until they really get to the straights, as they're going for distance. Much as it is good finishing ahead of the other driver, distance is the main thing. And I think we'll see some desperate moves until the final lap. Yeah, it's good to see a Porsche GT3 car in the field. How's Saki doing? What's happened here? Where has Storms disappeared to? Something's happened here. Did someone go into the pits? They spin? Lost that at some point. Reiko still has a decent gap to Saki though. Something happened between Saki and Storms, I believe, because Storms was behind Saki. So it looks like the main battle / only battle on track right now is Kasai versus Jesus. Here we go. Thank you all for tuning in so far. It's been a great Stint 5. We haven't had to do any reruns. And all drivers that started has so far stayed with us. Kasai on the inside of Jesus. I'm about to say. On the inside, hopefully, I forgot what braking zone we're in, but we're in the last chunk of that straight. I was going to wonder if they're going to let the position go, but chose to keep in it. Anyway, we got a good battle between the two, Mustang versus Corvette. And we're going to see Jesus go to the inside. It was a great move on Kasai. Kasai was a bit of a slide there in the Mustang. If someone... one thing I was just thinking about for the last couple of laps. If someone wants to put a message in the chat, explain the differences between the GT cars in the way of performances, that would be actually pretty neat. Because I know last Le Mans there were some differences. I believe the Porsche was really quick in a straight line. They had the Ford GT, which was really good in the corners. I'm seeing a few people's cars be good in certain sections, but we get to find out what people found in testing. A mistake there from Kasai, not the best of runs, but still within striking distance. A pit stop. on both drivers this late in the race. Okay, very interesting. So it looks like most people still have to do another stop. So, Brayco moves up to P2, Saki up to P3. Behind Saki is his good mate Canary, he's been battling all stint long. The Mars stays out also. Everyone else into the pits. Look back up front. And Velocity has done themselves a mischief here. And that is far from ideal and loses a position. Big moment for the end of the stint. Big moment indeed. New race leader, and this is going to be very interesting to end the stint because if they have the pit again, which I assume they do, it's going to be a very close exit. Velocity needs to do a good recovery drive after this pit stop. Autumn will go by and move up to P2. JJ Reds will move up to P3. Carbon, and then we got the CBL car, and then we got Spirit, and the rest of the field quite spaced out at the back there for the prototypes. Get some distance for their teams. But yeah, while we're in a bit of a low period while everyone's doing their pit stops. Oh, never mind. These guys just gotta continue battling. We're not gonna have a low period. We're gonna have another Zeus, not Zeus, Jesus, and Kasai battle. Side by side. Corvette was a really good run there onto the main straight. Back straight. And they got a prototype catching them very quickly. And the prototype will go by. Won't affect this battle, which is very good to see as Jesus goes for a good move to the inside. With a bounce there. But yeah, to the front of Kasai. Kasai will no doubt fight back very quickly. Look at very quickly, that is how quick the Mustang is going. Very good in the slipstream. And we'll get back ahead of Jesus. Again, side by side again. Jesus looking at it. Thinks about it. Sits behind Kasai. Moving around a lot behind that Mustang. Now finds a gap. Kasai is going to try to cover the inside. Side by side. Great driving. Kasai grabs a bunch of gears there, looking for whatever can pull the car up. May have got themselves engine damage, or may have got away with it. Because some of these GT cars can be very nice to you. Either way, they got to the lead, but it doesn't look like they're going to hold on to it as Jesus fights back again. Lap after lap. And our leading GT cars are going into the pits now for their final stop for the race. And Jesus does not actually get ahead of Kasai straight away. Kasai holds the position with a good car placement. Oh, but a big slide there. It's going to be a couple of awkward corners here. Oh, I'll talk about a couple of awkward corners for the prototype of Autumn. Catching the GT's mid-corner. JJ Reds into the pit lane. Autumn going to stay out. All the GTs will be doing their final compulsory pit stop. No change in the lead. Where's Brayco? Brayco going to lose positions to these guys again. Saki and Canary. Canary's jumped Saki. these guys will probably continue their fight. Storms is a bit further back. In a little battle here with Valhalla. A battle we haven't actually seen most of this race. Carbon in the pits for the prototypes also, currently P5 in the prototypes. Yeah, battle we haven't seen tonight. Might give them a bit of screen time. Storms had some pace early on, but has dropped a lot of positions in the field. But not much distance, because these guys are quite close together. Which will make it very interesting if you're watching the live timing. Saki just ahead of these guys. And up to grips with his car. He might jump up to Storms, as Saki looks like he's going to get involved in this fight. Canary just ahead of these guys. HYR Spirit in the pits for the prototype. And the Swordfish BMW should be in the pits also. 3-car fight. Saki loses out big time, so something's wrong with the Mercedes. Valhalla gets by also. Not quite sure if it was a really bad run onto the straight. Third black screen of the race. Still no disconnect. Oh, never mind. I thought we got away with it. And I'm pretty sure that's the Swordfish BMW out. One of our prototypes. Gone from stint 5. We nearly made it the whole stint without any disconnects. It was looking good. Meanwhile, when we had the black screen, Storms has just lost a lot of pace and has dropped behind these two. As we see a prototype go by. And we'll watch this battle for a little bit longer, but we need to go for the battle for the lead also for the protos. Keep an eye on velocity. Autumn in the pits also. The first and second at the moment for the prototypes into the pits. Their final pit stops. Watching Saki on screen at the moment. Attack the back of Valhalla. Saki to the inside. Gets the job done. May lose the position to Valhalla though. Valhalla back to the front of Saki. Saki was a bit of a slide. Here is velocity. You want to watch that HYZ car exit the pit. There's velocity. We've got his name highlighted on the screen for the lead of the prototypes. And the HYZ will hold on to the lead at the moment. Velocity will go back to P2, so we have to keep an eye on that fight. We go back to the Saki, Valhalla and Storms battle in the GT field. Kasai second in the GT field, aka driver still leading, and then we got Jesus in P3, Reiko P4, and then Canary P5 just ahead of these guys. So everyone should be set to the end. With 10 minutes worth of racing remaining. Decent gap between first and second the prototypes, but there's 10 minutes. So there may be enough time for Velocity to regather the lead. Oh, damage on yellow curb is what I'm getting told. Pickle, yeah, this is Forza. Pickle, one of our drivers from Late Night Racing ACC, and hopefully I'm not too tired after doing 10 hours of this, so I can cover ACC with the BMWs, little M2s. But thank you for tuning in, Pickle. I keep up to date with some of the chat. So a lot of you guys know what's happening with a couple of the cars. As we said, part of the NWR team has messaged and said they got damage from a yellow curb. So very unlucky for the team. They done a good job to pull away from all those that prototype fight that was happening, and looked comfortably winning the stint. That sadly looks like they might have to go runner up unless we see an almighty performance from Velocity. Saki on the back of Valhalla. P6 for the GTs. Valhalla going deep into the corner. Hangs onto it. Saki though with a really good line here. Might set himself up for a pass. No, he thinks better of it. Just going to sit behind at the moment. People behind? No, I thought they might have been closer. On about up here. How close is this? No, pretty spaced out. Reiko, Canary. So it looks like Valhalla and Saki is the main battle on track right now. There's just over 7 minutes remaining for stint 5. Oh, mistake there for Canary. Canary was a big mistake, loses 2 positions down to P7. Valhalla up to P5. The car's still going wide here. Canary is still trying to regather themselves and lose another position to Storms. Storms looking to the inside. Or around the outside, I should say. It was Canary looking to the inside. Canary on the fight back. Regathering themselves. Meanwhile, fight still between Saki and Valhalla. Valhalla appearing out of nowhere in this stint. He's looking for a top 5 finish in the GT field. Saki had a moment in that corner early on in the race with the prototypes. A little bit of a smooch on the back of that Mercedes. Change of position between Canary and Storms in the background, side by side. We'll see how these guys go through this section, because Saki's going for a move. Thinks better of it, shoots back behind, looking for a better run on the exit, and I think he's got it. Valhalla covers the inside for the next corner, and if these guys fight a fair amount, they will invite Canary and Storms back up. It looks like we got a fight between, I believe, Jesus and maybe Canary or Chaos Fox. Not Chaos Fox, Kasai the Fox, the Red Fox. Meanwhile, Saki and Valhalla. Valhalla back to P5. There's too many foxes in the Forza community. We need some other animals. But the FFR driver doing a good job in P2 at the moment. Actually, jump up to that. These two have been battling for the last 40 minutes. This race. Further back in the area, I think comfortably ahead of Storms again. Yep. Saki's lost a little bit of time. Valhalla. So I think we go back to our usual program in the GT class. Kasai versus Jesus. I should actually keep that timer up there, because we don't have long left. 4 minutes remaining. So if you want to get a pass done, you want to do it now. You want to fight hard for these positions. Thank you all for tuning in so far tonight. Got a lot more racing coming up. I think we might see a couple of drivers from this stint do stint 6, and we'll see a couple more drivers join us. Here comes... Oh, it looked like Jesus was going to go for a move. Also, Australia in the ex-Australia in the chat supporting his teammate. I'm pretty sure it's pronounced Jeremy, which is a hilarious name, and I'm all for it. Kasai on the other hand, still trying to defend here. Big move from Jesus. Gets ahead again. This is battle for P2. I said the distance will be roughly the same, but it's for bragging rights. Even if you can get a smidge of distance on the other driver, it's pretty handy when the sum total gets added up after 24 hours. Kasai to the inside on the back straight. We'll get back to P2, back to the lead of this little battle. Kasai holds on at the moment, less than 2 minutes remaining. Don't think they'll get back to the straight, so whoever leads after this little section of back and forth will have a really good chance of finishing ahead of the other. Get a lot of easy passes done right now. Gamma Chess, do you want to lead coming out of this next section? Did a good run here. Not the best of runs, a little bit of a bobble there, and here comes Kasai. Side by side, a little bit of contact. Here comes a prototype. That is the driver. Is that Carbon? Is that a race leader? Lost track, the prototype moving so quick. My eyes can't keep up with the letters. But meanwhile, Kasai holds onto that position. It's going to be a good finish here. Watch this fight with 40 seconds remaining. I'm pretty sure it finishes at 20 minutes. Jesus going for a big fight. Kasai goes too deep, loses the position. There's only a couple of seconds left. That might be the end of the race for those two. That might be the end of a brilliant fight all race long. Maybe we're not stopping? Oh no, we are stopping. It's just delayed. Delayed by 10 seconds. I hope so. I hope I didn't just catch these guys. But everyone's stopped up now. And it's a HYZ victory for the prototypes for Lobby B, Stint 5. Velocity, the leader of the race for most of this race until a curb killed the car. P2. Autumn was a good drive. P3. JJ Reds, who got to the lead at one point, P4. The CBL team, P5. Carbon, P6. Spirit, P7. SMX is P8. And the final prototype to finish was the Swordfish BMW team with the DNF. The AKA driver comfortably wins the GT class. Wasn't even challenged. Great drive from them. Jesus wins the fight between Kasai. Breako P5. Fahala P3. P5 in the class. P13. Saki P14. Just finished behind. Canary. Riddle you. With a whole bunch of friends there. Stormzy and Damask. So that's going to be pretty close with the distance. Jeremiah, is it Jeremiah or Jeremy? There's a couple of people leaving now. One Dark Knight and EVR Rewa. So I need to find who's hosting the next session. And we'll get ready for Stint 6. Thank you all for tuning in for Stint 5. If you are needing the race now, best of luck. But yeah, I'm just gonna... There we go. Nice invite from Darksa. So he must be hosting. The boss man himself. So we'll exit. What a stint it was. Exit back. We'll make sure we get in the lobby first before I skip away and get a little bit of a drink. We're gonna get ready. As people start to join in, say hello to everyone. Have a good time. So we get ready for Stint 6. It's gonna be a really good stint. Of course, we'll have to look at the time. Currently we're running on time, which is pretty handy, but I don't want to jinx it. Because of course the next stint, Stint 7, starts on time no matter what. Take the invite from Darksa. Ooh, and I already see one of my teammates from Haymaker Cup, Devise. Talking about Haymaker Cup, we got, pretty sure I saw Lan Chu's in here. Hey Lan, how's the race going for you guys? Great person to have in your community is AFMG Lan Chu's, or as our community calls them, the Lan Cheese. So we're gonna find my car again. Well, we might choose a different car, haven't that? Every stint we'll choose a different car. I think that's what I'm gonna do. So many different options. Let's find something what we have a bit of history on. Oh, talk about some history. Well, we have some HYR people in here. This is the Haymaker Motorsport. The project make HYR endurance, Spa endurance from a month ago, where the team got a podium in the prototype class. Awesome. And it looks like they're loading in to the session still, I believe. I hope so. I hope I didn't just... Yeah, still loading in, getting some settings all correct. I'm gonna really spectate for these guys, so don't hold them up. I'm gonna take a quick drink, and we'll be right back for Stint 6. Ah, okay. We are back. We are in the lobby waiting. We might have a look at who's in here. So I get to know actually what I'm actually commentating, because there's a few people I haven't seen before or I haven't met, and I'm glad I met them now, I guess. Even if it's from the commentary booth. XR, is it Wafer? I'm pretty sure it's Wafer. FTC is in the room. Dartman, aka, is staying in the field. Absolute domination in the last GT race. Whoa, everything's jumping around. It's a funny business. SMX, Saviator, is Saviator? Sevatar probably. Yeah, because it's no, yeah. Sevatar sounds about correct. I think people just keep on joining, so it's hard to keep track of who's joining and who's not. So a lot of people from Stint 5, so a lot of people doing back-to-back stints at the start of this race. Main people to add in here is Darkser. You got Iris in here. Saw him in the chat not long ago. Rocket, I like that name. 5th Prestige, must really like the game. I saw EVR Stone in the GT field. Valhalla joins us, Devise, which is really cool. Kasai back again. We've got some really cool drivers in the field. I think it's going to put on a show. MS Razor. More HYR drivers in the field. HYR Iris. FC Taco. Birchie in here. NWR car. That was a very quick car in the last stint. Expect another good performance from the HYZ team. I think HYR, hopefully, see them at the front again. Autumn doing a great job in the last stint also. Hey, ex Australia, he was in the chat not long ago. He's getting ready for their stint. So we're just in a waiting pattern. I'm going to take a little bit of a voice break still. So, and then when we get loaded into the session, I'll get back, because it's been a wild start for stint 5, which was like non-stop talking for about 15 minutes. So I want to get my voice ready for some more 15 minutes worth of non-stop racing up front. Here we go. Stint 6. About to start. You're going to have Birchie lead from Razor, WR, AMS, HYR and HYZ. So the usual contenders from Stint 5 up the front again. Iris should be entertaining from row 2. Darks are also from row 3 from P5. SMX and the rest of the prototype field fighting it out. XR Wafer will lead. RZR will be in P2 for the GTs. Stone, Valhalla. We saw a strong performance from Valhalla near the end of that stint. Came out of nowhere to move up the field. FTC Dartman. Kasai again on track in P15 outright. Canary, we saw him from the last round. The LES driver, Akuza. I think it's Akuza. Australia also in there. Australia. He was in the chat watching along in Stint 6. And of course, I think we got a Stint winner buried into the GT pack. So we're just loading into the session. And same as last time, we will be single file until we hit that bridge, or hit underneath the bridge. Should be green flag racing. Thank you all for tuning in. We're about to get green flag racing for Stint 6. Here we go. There's your 23 car field. Hey, we got a full lobby because I'm the commentator. Great to see on the games and full lobby of cars, especially around Le Mans. Multi-class racing is always beautiful to watch. Razor behind Birchie, Iris behind Razor, and we got the HYZ team in P4. Darks are from P5. Should be a hard charger for the Swordfish BMW. Will be green flag racing. Here we go. Razor sleeping on the start a little bit. Great start from Birchie, I should say. Iris P3 at the moment. Can they get a good run? Razor actually getting right on the back of Birchie again, but a big mistake from Razor. Big slide, and that might cost them a lot of positions early on. Maybe lucky enough to get back into the draft, hold on to P3, but wild moment, could have easily rolled or flipped the car from going sideways there because he hit that curb. Iris, what a start from Iris, gets to the lead. We said to watch Iris from row 3 or row 2, position 3. Razor going a little bit wide there. Iris has absolutely skipped away. Birchie and Razor. Behind them is Darksa. 3 wide. Little bit of contact. Lap 1 of Stint 6. They all sort themselves out a little bit. Someone's miles off, and that is Razor. More bad luck for Razor. Terrible start for the AMS team. Wild start for the prototypes. Darks again shuffled to the back of this pack. Prototypes everywhere. Razor fighting back through the field. Darks is in the back here also. fighting with Taco. Oh, Darksa getting a little bit balked up there. Saves it though. Ahead of Razor, who's trying to get through the field again. And that AMS car has a lot of pace. Bit of a slide. Big gap to the front still. And Darksa sneaks through on Razor. Oh, a car in the background that went flying off. Maybe not. Oh, close to the wall. Old opening laps for the prototypes. Oh, driver's not looking comfortable other than HYR Iris. So Iris will lead lap 1. Birchie on the attack back. So pole for the stint and moves back up to P2 at the moment. Great move. HYZ team in P4 at the moment. Razor down in P8 behind Taco. Ahead of them is Darksa on the attack. Oh, Swirly ahead of him. Squiggly. Swirly. Something. And it looks like we're going to go 3 wide again for another lap. Zavatar in the middle, little bit of contact. Birchie, and it looks like the HYZ driver. Trying to keep an eye on everyone. Prototypes move so quick, trying to keep a name of the tags, because the leaderboard doesn't keep track of some of who's where. It's so dark to spot the cars. Birchie at the P3. Big pack of prototypes. You don't want to make a mistake now. You fall right to the back of this pack. Birchie again absolutely attacked early on in this race. NWR car. Darks has been caught out big time. He's dropped all the way back to P9. Meanwhile, in the GTs, Valhalla leads. Sai in P2. Oh, a little bit of contact there for the prototypes. They get away with it though. Razor back up to P5. Birchie down to P6. So he goes attack the HYZ driver, and it looks like he's going to get onto the back of the GRT driver also. Good battle right now for P3. Oh, a little mistake there from Razor. Loses these guys. Prototypes put on a show early on back at the GT field. Can just on the map, it's quite close. So we'll just make sure these prototypes survive a little bit. What a start from Iris. Big lead there. Still quite close at the back here. Birchie on the attack of Razor. This might actually be a good fight here. These two started first and second for the stint. A lot of interesting lines through there. Using a lot of curb. Darks into the pits early. Valhalla leads, and aka driver, he's been doing really well in the stint 5, and he's made their way up to second in class. Kasai's P3. There's been a mistake from the LES driver, who's fallen a little bit further back. They were P3 on the back of Kasai. Canary behind them, no stretch. Darkser was the early pit stop, is going to be stuck behind some of these GTs. The Vise on the attack. AFMG car. And it's going to be a good move for Devise here. Gets ahead up to P16 outright. Stint 6. Birchie battling with a whole bunch of prototypes. I thought it was just Razor. It looks like Taco might be involved in there. Yes, Taco is involved in there. 3 wide again. These prototypes absolutely love going 3 wide here at Le Mans. Birchie make a little mistake and falls to the back, gives Taco a little bit of a tap. This allows Razor to get away a little bit. And Rocket is behind these guys. So the prototype field very close together at the moment. They catch back up to Razor with help of some slipstream. Really bad run there from Taco. Makes him vulnerable. Birchie, oh, was facing. Looks like he was going to face straight into the wall. Face plant straight into the wall. Loses the position to Rocket. Here comes Rocket. Rocket Racket, I think it's actually meant. Racket. That's realised. I can't determine what's an O and an A, because my eyesight is not very cash money. If you guys are joining the stream now, that is one of the main reasons why I wasn't racing in Le Mans this year, which is a bit of a shame. I thought I would pick up the mic and try to give you guys some coverage. Do some of these difficult stints for our other streamers. Darks is making their way up to the GT class. Clearly he isn't in a GT car. This was an early pit stop. Birchie gets through thanks to a little bit of a tap on the back from Taco on Rocket. Better for the GT class. Valhalla trying to hold on to the GT lead. The AKA driver, the driver that dominated Stint 5. Looking to dominate another stint. It's Merc versus Corvette. Comes to the inside, looking for a move. Nice job there. And it'd be smart for Valhalla to try to stick onto the back of him. Get some distance on the LES and Kasai the Red Fox cars. Razor battling up for P3 at the moment for the prototypes. No, P4 it was, sorry. Stand corrected. And not too far is P3, GRT driver. Razor on the attack. Had a really rough start to Stint 6, showing the pace that the AMS car and drivers have. To the inside, that looks like position 4 for Razor. Trying to hunt down the podium. Oh, contact! Big contact. Saves it though. Lucky not to spin it around. And kind of taking advantage of that contact. No, he doesn't. Thinks better of it. So we're all happy now. I was about to say, if you get the move done, it's probably thanks to the contact a bit, because Razor had to do a good job to try to get that car all straightened back out. Lost a lot of momentum. Kasai in another good battle. We saw a lot of Kasai in Stint 5. Battling with LES. Kuza. Or Kuza. Saka. Yeah, something like that. I'm Australian, English isn't my first language. Meanwhile, we'll stick with this battle. The prototypes have got a lot of coverage at the moment, but there is a good battle between Razor and a few other prototypes there. Here's some friends. There is Kasai still holding the position. Good battle between FFR and LES. Still into Kasai in the break, and it's a great performance to see FFR this high up at TORA, especially Kasai up this far. I believe making B Lobby debut and doing a great job in B Lobby. Razor on the attack again. Taking the HYZ car. Here we go. Got a good run here. Got a bit of bump drafting. Post position, sits back. Little mistake there, and that should invite AMS Razor up to P4. Some good battles early on. Look at the speed of Iris. Decent lead early on, but on screen right now, Razor just holding off a possible move from HYZ. Gets the job done. Meanwhile, Taco goes side by side at the back here. And a few of these cars we didn't get to see much in the last stint. They spaced out quite quickly. Taco to the inside, can it get the job done? Side by side, both drivers pushing a lot. A bit of a tap. Taco has to yield, but has the inside line this time. Big contact again. Both drivers still survive. Taco up to P7. Not for long, because getting attacked again side by side with Rocket. got HYZ going to the pits and Rocket into the pits also. Darksa been one of the first drivers to enter the pit lane. Sai still getting attacked. From the LES team. Entering a car in this event. Some battles here. Just looking back a little bit. As Kasai goes really wide there. Yeah, they wanted the wall ride for a second. LES through. Ahead of the FFR car. And that is battle for position 3. Kasai is not done though. Looked for a possible move. Door closed. These two though catching Valhalla. And might have a bit of a drinks break early on. Right on board with LES. battles there. Razor shows some really good pace in the prototype. As we see a couple of prototypes, they were doing their compulsory, one of their compulsory pit stops. One of their mandatory pit stops is probably the best way to say it, because you do need to fuel up. So this little battle in the GT field, Kasai pulling away a little bit, Valhalla having a great battle with the LES team, a bit of contact though. Saw that gap form between them and Kasai, but no doubt it will close up a little bit as they start to get a bit of the slipstream. So a couple of changes for position. Back here, Darks is still a handful behind. Possible accident. GT cars in the pit lane. So that will give us the indicator where everyone stands after their first pit stop. Hala under some serious attack from LES. Should have AKA lead us again. Leading the way since the start of Stint 5, well most of Stint 5, and it looks like they're going to continue that form into Stint 6. Canary has been dropped and is exiting. Join the fight behind LES. EVR Stone out there, and Ross Duds, RZR that is, Road Stretch, and Devise, the rest of the field down there. Focus back up here though, in front of the GT class prototypes in the field, our race leader into the pits, prototype field into the pits. One of our prototypes up to P2, back up to P2 I should say. Iris still leads. Nice job from the HYR team. Back for P3. Harla's still trying to hang on. Person. Here we go, prototype fight. NWR Bochi and AFZ Taco. 6th and 7th, and we've got a battle for the podium also. Side by side. There we go, on screen right now. Razor. On at the... Step away for a second there. Taco has got ahead of Birchie. It is Razor trying to hold on to the podium at the moment. Nearly done 30 minutes of racing so far in Stint 6. Side by side. Tell you what, in the upcoming stints, we might get to see some sunrise. Get to see some of these beautiful liveries. Razor sticking around the outside. We'll get the inside for the next corner. And it looks like they're starting to get into the GT field. We'll have to be careful there. That's FTC Dartman. Getting it by him comfortably. As further behind. How are the GT field going? It's quite close. EVR Stone into the pit lane. They just exit the pit lane, so that might mean they have forgotten fuel. The pit stops perhaps. I swear we just saw them exit the pit lane. And the important thing that these guys will have to deal with is, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, they're going to get the prototypes soon coming through this little battle pack. 4, P2, 3, and 4. P5 is not too far away either. LP Canary. Change position, Razor's dropped back a little bit again. Must have got balked up a little bit by some of the GT cars, but he's fighting back. HYZ having a good performance tonight between the two stints so far. Razor that gets back to the lead there. Hala has got the back of the side again. LES just behind, but here comes the prototypes soon enough. Race leader of Iris getting through all these guys. Doesn't get held up, has a good lead in the prototypes. Looking for a stint win. Great battle in the GT class. If you are watching along and you do have news on one of the cars in the race, feel free to put it in the chat and I'll update everyone else. We've got a full lobby of 23 cars, a lot of action because of it. Kasai leads this battle pack. They're going to have a bunch of prototypes catching up to them very shortly. Here comes LES alongside Valhalla, and there goes one of the prototypes. So Valhalla's going to lose a spot there, but prototype getting its way through. So it'll be easier to spot each car once we get some daylight, but these night stints, they're very important, easy to make a mistake. Luckily I haven't, well I'm probably going to jinx it now, haven't seen a GT prototype collision yet, which is pretty good. We do have some GT cars catching up. There is Razor and the HYZ team. They'll be catching right now. We can see them just in the bottom half of the screen there. Here they come. Razor goes through. There goes the AFZ car getting through also. That makes Kasai go a little bit wide. He's going to be vulnerable. Oh no, the LES car. Gets a little bit of the wall, gets a lot of grass. I think got away with it though, but loses a spot to Alan P. Canary. Valhalla has taken back to P2. Kasai a bit further is alongside. Got a battle for the prototypes ahead. Still that battle for P3 rages on. Kasai back to P2. Try to keep an eye on both of these battles. We have a good battle in the prototypes and a good battle in the GTs. Razor to the inside as they catch up to the GT leader and get through. Great job by Razor. Look at the battle with Kasai holding off, I should say, Valhalla. But here comes Valhalla in the Mercedes. Down. LES side by side with Alan P. Canary. Trying to recover after going slightly off track. That's why the prototype's dealing with all those GT cars. Valhalla and Kasai. Four-car GT fight for P2 in the class at the moment. Oh, big moment, Kasai, Valhalla. They were sideways. What a save by Kasai. Valhalla's might lose a couple of spots here though. The LES car and the LMP car, oh, nearly gets fed the war. That's one of the prototypes. What a save from Kasai the Red Fox. Both cars absolutely sideways. I'll space out a little bit. We check on the battle with Razor. And that is quite close again. Razor back down to P4. A heated battle with the HYZ driver. That podium spot. Darks are back into the pits. We have a battle back with Taco and Birchie. Those two have been battling for most of the race. Good to see a prototype fight going on for quite a long time compared to Stint 5. So here comes Razor. Absolutely brilliant on the straights. AMS have definitely tuned that car up for some straight line speed. It's risky in the prototypes because, yeah, at Le Mans you don't want any aero for these straights. But you want to survive in the corners and in the braking zones. It comes down to how good your drivers are, and there's a lot of good drivers in the field, a lot of good teams, especially in the lobbies A and B. Of course, I think we have 4 lobbies tonight. We got C lobby coverage also side by side again. Razor gets the job done up to P3 once again. Not the best of exits though. Really bad exit. He's going to be really vulnerable. He moves to the inside the cover. And I don't think it's going to be enough because that was a terrible exit. If you can get the side draft, has the inside lane, gets a little bit and gets it covered. Good recovery after a really bad exit. In the background, I think we got a 3-car fight in the Protos. Bochi actually falls off a little bit. Taco's moving up to the top 5. Around the outside, a little bit of contact. Oh, he's going to spear into the side. We saw it earlier was the GT cars, was a little bit of contact there. Prototype's doing it also, but both drivers getting away with it. Close to the wall. Couple of position changes in the GT field that we saw on screen, but right now we are focused on this brilliant battle in the prototypes. Taco was a great move back up to P5. Gets the wall a little bit though. It looks like we're going to begin pit stops. The pit stop cycle again for the prototypes. Oh, sideways is the LES car. The back of it is the LMP car. Behind these guys is Valhalla. Wild moments in the GT cars. A bit crazy, it was a bit of contact. It was quite clean in Stint 5, and Stint 6 is getting a little bit dirty here. Side by side. Canary up a position. Is that podium position for the GT class? Car sliding around. As I said, in a night stint, you can easily lose a lot of distance. It's cold, it's the middle of the event, so a lot of things can go wrong and will go wrong. And it looks like they're going to try to undercut Canary. Canary's staying out though, so it looks like Canary's trying to overcut everyone. So go through another pit stop phase. What does Devise do? Devise stays out. Looks like AFMG are set on their decision. We saw Saki run late in Stint 5. Go back. A bit of a space here. Darks is all the way in 9th. Sadly, something's happened with that Swordfish car. Real shame for them. And we've got another GT battle on screen. AFMG Devise trying to hold off attack from the most stretched. Hey, we got Paul in the chat from Late Night Racing. Le Mans needs more lighting. Yeah, I guess so. Luckily, sunrise should happen in a couple of stints, hopefully. As I said, we got some beautiful liveries in the field. Love the sound of the Mercs on the straights. Here comes most stretched onto the inside of Devise. Go, Devise back down a little bit, back to P12 outright, currently P3 in the GT class, still yet to do their pit stop, unlike a few of the other drivers behind. Devise on the attack again, doesn't get close enough to go to the inside. Still not done though. It looks like we have a prototype really slow there. Who is that? Oh, that's the HYZ car. HYZ going very slow, and I think it's quit out. There must have been a big collision, and the game's absolutely frozen. Yeah, there's a quit out. A real shame there. Real shame, because that car just won Stint 5. And now a DNF to their name definitely ruins their chances for a good Le Mans finish. Hopefully they stick around though. and try to recover a really good finishing position. The race still just over half of 24-hour to go. Stint 5. Each stint being 2 hours. Of course, I will have to leave this stint in an hour. Currently running on time, which is really good. So I'll be lucky enough to jump out of this when this is done. And we continue on time. This is probably the first time I've seen Le Mans actually run on time quite well. Trying to get all drivers involved. TORA does a great job at organising these events. Said 60 plus drivers across a bunch of lobbies. It's a lot of work to do. And each car having about 5 drivers. LMP Canary into the pits. And Device entering the pits also after that little battle. Something we haven't talked about much yet tonight is X Australia. He was in the chat talking in Stint 5s, and he's going to go in the pits now. So he's supporting his teammates, and we love to see people supporting their teammates tonight. So it's a real team effort to, one, even finish the 24-hour, but also to get a really good result. Main focus, of course, is distance. Exit from Canary. Rejoin P3. Sai falls back to P4. Alex is P2. That was the Jesus car. Jesus was running that in the last stint. Was a good battle with Kasai. Starting to remember some liveries from each stint. Devi still in a good battle here, but right now we're watching up the front of the field Kasai and XR Wafer. So they try to chase down Canary, the LMP kind. Kasai, I swear, has had their hands full for most of this race. Of course, we won't see any of these guys in Stint 7, because Stint 7 being the restart stint. So that stint will definitely start on time at midday for anyone in Oz, Sydney area. Race leader Iris is in the pit lane. Razor will take the lead in the AMS car. Following in the pit lane is AFC Taco. This battle on screen right now is the main focus. 11th, 12th and 13th. Outright 3rd, 4th and 5th in the GT class. And all the GT drivers have now done the second round of pit stops, I believe. Kasai opens the door for XR Wafer. And Wafer not taking advantage of that. Kasai maintains that position and is on the attack on LMP Canary to the inside of Canary, but Canary knows a bit further up he'll have the inside. He can't stay side by side with Kasai. Kasai was a really good run in that Mustang. Kasai up to P3. Canary back to P4. There's some interesting racing lines, as someone has discussed in the chat. And anyone who's paying attention I should probably send this message out to most people who haven't checked the TORA Discord. Joking about corner cutting, probably not ideal, as stewards may be in touch with you. No dreams will be followed here. So, never mind. So we did have one more GT car. The pit was Alex. I thought Alex was having a masterclass. We haven't actually focused on them much in this race, but yeah, doing a different strat. They'll fall all the way back behind these guys. Kasai on the attack again. Who's Canary? It's about for second now. Second and third. There, Hodes off. That is a big cut there from the McLaren. Got a bit sideways and tried to straighten it up, I assume, given the benefit of the doubt. As a lot of these guys will be losing their rear aero. It is a Forza Motorsport kind of thing. And Kasai not having the best of runs onto the straight. May lose a position here to the XR driver. Razor into the pit lane. GRT team also into the pit lane. Mistake from the XR driver. Sees him lose a lot of time to Kasai. Iris back to the lead for anyone from the HYR that's still checking in. Brilliant performance from them so far. Miles ahead. These guys still in the pit lane. SMX doing a good job also. Goes back to P2. It's going to be close here actually. FZ Taco. The undercut worked. They get involved in the P4, P3 battle. Look like it, but they are closer. Virtually in the NWR car, we saw the performance of the NWR car in Stint 5. Reached the halfway mark, at the halfway mark in Stint 6. Darks has actually caught back up the prototype field, which is really good to see. Really bad luck in the opening half of the race. Chaos Fox though is still in a heated battle for P2. Looks like we're going to have the prototypes catch up to these guys again. Put them another lap down. Door to door. So Kasai is in behind Canary. Bit of a bump on the back of that BMW. Hey, Stokey Joe. I just listened to the Haymaker ASMR channel. I'll keep you updated then with how HYR is going. They're doing quite good right now with most of the drivers, especially Iris. What a start he had though. The start of the stint. I thought he meant business when I saw him starting P3 and he got to lead straight away and has run away with it so far. In the pit lane is the McLaren, I believe it's the McLaren of XR Wafer. LES car has dropped off a little bit from this battle with Kasai and Canary. Ahala has dropped off LES also. Side by side again. Kasai and Canary. So yeah, hopefully a few people stop trying to cut the track as much. It's tempting a little bit being the middle stint and at night. Car, all it wants to do is drift out a little bit, and sometimes you get a little bit lazy. But yeah, you just need to make sure you keep on it because you don't want to get a post-race penalty. And here comes Canary back ahead of Kasai. Kasai not getting the best of exits there, a bit of a slide there. Dark's actually having a fight, and it's good to actually cover a bit of Dark's action since the bad luck at the start. I think we might cover some prototype action. We've seen a lot of GT action for the last 10 to 15 minutes. Let's get some prototype action on the screen. Swordfish BMW team right on the back of the rocket. They were a rocket at the start of the race. Ducks are looking to the inside. Oh, that door closed very quickly. Ducks are on the attack. Side by side. See that full power of the BMW prototype. It's a battle for P7 in the prototypes for Lobby B. Swordfish BMW's had a rough run in stint 5 and 6, and they get ahead up to P7. Nice job by Darksa. We drop back again to watch the Kasai and Canary fight. P2 in the GT class. Oh, a little mistake there from Canary. Lucky not to end up in the wall. Valhalla quite close together. It was the RZR car. When talked about RZR much in this race. Doing a good job right now. Valhalla was a great start to the stint, but sadly starting to fade a little bit. We saw though at the end of the stint, it came on song and had a good run in the final, I'd like to say 20 minutes of the race. Just over 40 minutes remaining for stint 6. Little mistake there from the RZR driver, and here comes Valhalla side by side. And RZR looks like they're going into the pit lane. And that will split that fight up. Check on our prototypes. And they are decently spread out at the moment, as we can see on the minimap. And looks like our new closest fight. Oh, it's not new. Never mind, how did I not see that? There's a car off. It's the GRT car. As I said, I didn't think it was a fight. We just checked and all the cars were spaced out. Might have ended up in the wall. We'll see if they go into the pits now. If they got any damage, they might be able to cover it. They might be getting close to the pit window. Might have been just a spin, so they're staying out. What he's not staying out is Darksa. They head back to the pit lane. As I said, they're off cycle. They're on track right now. Well, a pass on track right now is Wafer going up to P17. Big slide there. Loses position they just made. Back to P18. Kasai and Canary at it again. Side to the inside. And we've got the LES car. I've caught back up to these two. So we're going to have a 3-car fight for second. Oh, so GRT. Okay. So those are the HYR cars. Oh, meanwhile, Canary going for a good move on Kasai. A little bit of contact. Nothing serious. Just a bit of a dent. He'll buff out. But LES has arrived to the fight. Side by side. 3 wide for second for P2. 3 wide again. Canary is leading this fight. Does it get pulled up? No, it does not. Contact of it was Kasai and the LES car. Wild moment for a couple of corners. And Kasai leads this pack again. The biggest loser from that little battle is LMP Canary. That just came out of nowhere then. 3 wide in the GT class. And thanks Stokey Joe for updating. It's usually easy to spot the HYR cars in the daylight because you can see the HYR logos beautifully presented on those cars. But it is quite dark right now. So GRT Z1 is one of the HYR and Rose Duds, and I believe that was the car that, if I go to it, was the Mustang. No, it wasn't the Mustang. It is the Mustang that who was it? Riddle U was driving. Fires right now. Getting some distance. We saw a little battle earlier on in the stint. Other cells at the moment. Trying to keep track of everything again. But yeah, Iris leads. Look at the gap he has. Great performance tonight. Razors worked their way back up to P2. I know there's a couple of pit stops happening right now as SMX in the pits. And AFC Taco in P3. That was a bit weird. Here we go. The battle resumes. Kasai and the LAS car. The cheese. Hello Val. Pop, pop, pop. We'll put the emoji in. We'll want it straight. Kasai in a heated battle. I think they've been racing, battling non-stop for the last like 3 hours if we combine Stint, Stint 5. They get lapped by a prototype. That is the Rocket. Move Rockets by. Not quite sure if Rocket's really a verb. Probably not. Well, it's definitely not a verb. Meanwhile, Kasai still leads. Well, doesn't lead outright, but leads the LES car. Leads from the LES car. I think it's the best way to explain it. And I think we might have another little drink. There's a bit of a gap, but I think these guys are going to fight as soon as I grab my drink. So we'll just ride on board for a couple of corners. Great move there from the LS team. GT race leader is in the pits. LMP Canary goes in the pits also. Valhalla into the pits. What does Devise do? He's into the pits. Stretch looks like they're going into the pits. Whoa, we got a black screen. That's not good news. We saw a few people jumping around not long ago. It's XR Wafer has DNF'd the GT class. And we are focused on the LES car. It's going to be interesting how Canary pops out in this fight. That little battle with LES and Kasai might have held them up a little bit. No, they haven't. They've actually jumped Canary by a fair amount. Canary X in the pits now. Valhalla. Here comes Alex. And Alex will just be behind Valhalla here. Behind those guys are Asia Rosebuds, or Rosebuds. No, Rosebuds. I think that's meant to be a joke. That it's meant to be Rosebuds. Maybe, or I'm just making stuff up. But Ross Duds is behind this little battle pack. And it looks like we've got some prototypes fighting each other. And one of those prototypes is Darksa. Getting through all those GT cars. P6 and 7 comes the SMX car getting through. I'm pretty sure Darksa's not done yet. Absolutely love the front of that BMW prototype. Those lights. Here comes Darksa. Needs to get ahead for the next corner if he wants to get the job done. Sacrifice position. Oh, contact. A little bit of contact. Gets out of it. Make sure this SMX driver can straighten up. Still side by side. They catch up to a couple of prototypes. That's Kasai and the LES car. Catch up to a couple of GT cars as prototypes get them. Darksa fighting hard to hold on to this P6 position. HYR Iris is now into the pit lane. Darksa on the defense. And they're outside, side by side. They were glued to each other then. That was a brilliant run. Darksa not done though. It's a good exit here. Razor takes the lead as Iris is in the pits and the Rocket is in the pits also. Main focus on screen right now is Darksa getting back to P6. Nice job from Darksa. Team Swordfish moving up and having a good middle run of Stint 6. SMX, a little bit of contact side by side. Darkser falls behind. They complete another lap. Darkser looking for a move, heading into T1. The jump rocket in the pits is now a battle for P5. Darkser's been punching out some really good laps. He's not done yet. Can he get a good run on the straight? Stop the SMX car disappearing. The car's been running second for most of the race. Here comes Darkser. Back ahead. Though he loses position in the braking zone. Really good job on the brakes. Darkser again was a really good exit though. Side by side once again. They catch up to our GT leader. They split the GT leader. They do. Prototype on each side. And they resume side by side their battle. Darkser still ahead. Darkser showing what some good defense looks like. And also some pretty good attacking. Eye on our leaderboard. There's a couple of battles in the GT field once again. Kasai having a battle with someone for P2. Oh, Wiggles in the background. Wiggles in the background. The SMX car off. Did a good job not to find the wall, and Darkser gets a bit of breathing room. FC Taco into the pits. Razor stays out. GRT stays out in the HYR car. Iris goes by also up to P3. They have done their pit stop. We look back and we have a battle. LMP, Canary, Valhalla, ahead of those guys, LES and Kasai having a battle. Those two are side by side right now. Still the battle for P2 and GT. Those drivers doing a lot of good. Oh, into the wall! Gets away with it by the looks of it. Kasai had to avoid that and loses a little bit of time. I was about to say, a lot of these drivers make up some spots early thanks to some poor qualifying. So they've make up the distance, and that will help when gridding the later stints. They have a system where, yeah, you've qualified a certain position, but race distance that you get in the early stints can determine your positioning for the later stints. And Kasai has got to the back of LES again. Should keep that up. They're still watching the prototypes do their compulsory pit stops or their mandatory pit stops. Alex into the pit lane. EVR Stone and Most Stretch gets by. Kasai on the attack. Has the nose ahead, heading into the deep braking zone. Has a good run through there. And leads LES again. I think this fight is going to keep on going. Just over 25 minutes remaining in Stint 6. Here we go. LES to the inside. Really good move on the brakes. Not the best of exits. A little bit of a wiggle on exit. So here comes Kasai. You know how much power that FFR Mustang has. It's the nose ahead again, but doesn't have the inside lane. Have to do it around the outside. Might get it done. They can stay there. They're still there. Really good run around the outside there. And good heads up driving from LES. Razor in the pit lane and GRT into the pit lane. HYR Iris retakes the lead for the prototypes. Here comes Kasai. Doesn't stay on the outside this time by. Drops back behind. Go back up to our prototypes as those two continue the battle. See how close these guys are. So Razor exits P2, Taco P3, GRT and P4 for the HYR team. Darksa P5, SMX dropped all the way back to P6 now. Was into P2, Rocket P7, and NWR in the pits again this late, P8, so some more bad luck perhaps was the NWR car. As I said, I appreciate any updates that any team members can do. If you see any issues while there's an extra pit stop or anything, feel free to update me. LES was a bit of a wiggle there. Okay, still leading the GT class comfortably, just like they did in Stint 5. Kasai back to the front. What a move by Kasai. Impossible to shake Kasai at Le Mans tonight. Probably one of their best career drives. Mistake, perhaps? Darksa up to P4, GRT back to P5. They're gonna have, it's like a little battle here. I like to see a good battle in the prototypes. Bunch of GT cars going into the pits now, doing one of their mandatory pit stops. And I think most people should be set to the end, hopefully. Can GRT fight back to Darksa? Darksa on a brilliant drive back through the field up to P4. Not quite sure how off pit cycle they are. They have to do one more pit stop compared to everyone else. But either way, a great drive from Darksa tonight in this stint. Let's go. Darksa trying to hold off. very fast HYR car. Looks like Dark's a little bit of a gap now that he's comfortably P4. Check in with Kasai, no doubt he's in a battle. He has a bit of a gap on the LAS car. Devise currently P5 the GT class. So yeah, there's Dark's pit. So he's off cycle a little bit. So everyone will get back by. Decent gaps in the GT field. I'm giving a lot of coverage at the back here, but a few drivers just getting some distance for their teams and doing a good job. And I looked away and we got a battle again for P2. It's been non-stop since the start of the race. Darks is still in the pit lane. He will exit P7 the prototype field. Yes, right on the back of Kasai. Weird contact. Everything seems alright. Might a bit of a onboard section. Oh no, never mind. We got pit stops, pit stops, pit stops, pit stops. Kasai and Elias into the pits. I think we might see a few other people go into the pits now also. Everyone else quite spaced out. Just doing the pits. Canary staying out at the moment, so it should be the last pit stop for the GT drivers. Should be safe to the end. Real question is Dark's home safe in the prototype? So I'm pretty sure you run out of fuel quicker than you run out of tyres around here. Could be wrong though, but that's how it was when I competed last year. So exits the pits, both Kasai and Elias, and they continue their fight. Side by side, do a couple of these S's here. Elias back ahead. Seeing how much pace this Mustang has around Le Mans. Oh, not the best exit from Kasai. That's probably one of the worst exits we've seen from Kasai between the two stints. He's back on the attack on the LAS car. Okay, good run here. Side by side. And a great job there from the LAS guys. Get back ahead. Kasai definitely not done though. see him move. Coming up soon. Rocket in the pits in the prototype. I think Darks are maybe safe, I hope so, for the Swordfish team. LES back to the inside of Kasai. But Kasai's still there. Side by side once again, like they've been for most of the race. And we have our GT leader into the pit lane. Shouldn't be any threat to that lead at the moment. Second and third fighting each other quite well. Just over 15 minutes remaining in Stint 6 before we head to Stint 7. The reset stint. I think we're running on time anyway, so I don't think the reset stint will really matter. TORA staff doing a great job here tonight. Also doing a great job tonight is these two drivers putting on a show. Kasai putting a show on in Stint 5 and putting a show on in Stint 6 here. Canary into the pit lane, GT leader ready out, aka ready out, and should be going on for another GT stint win in Lobby B. Canary still in the pit lane. Won't get ahead of these guys. So there's Canary exiting now. Come out P4 in the GT class. Here comes Devise. Also exiting the pits in the AFMG car. Razor into the pit lane for their final stop. P2. Got a battle in the prototypes. NWR Birchie getting ahead of Rocket at the moment, side by side. And for P7. Oh, deep on the brakes, but gets pulled up. Oh, a bit of a slide there on exit. FZ Taco in the pits and GRT into the pits also, entering the pits third and fourth. It's interesting if Darkster can jump these guys, but right now we've got a good battle for P7 right now at the back of the prototype class. Looks like Birchie is pulling away a decent amount from Rocket. NWR, as I said, Velocity was driving that last stint, was on track for a stint win, but sadly, a curb destroying the car. Sees them finish P2 in that stint. Oh, talk about destroying the car, nearly absolutely sideways on the exit of the final corner. And here comes Rocket. Rocket will have a good chance now to get that position back. Meanwhile, Taco and GRT have exit pit, same as Razor. Oh, and around we go for NWR Birchie. Bit of contact. Rocket waited up though. Good redress. Got a spin for the NWR car. So some more distance lost. Did a good job to regather it though. Darks are now at the P4 as Jump GRT in the pits. The question is, can that car make it to the end? I believe everyone has done their pit stops. I think maybe Iris has to do one more stop. Razor, Taco, Darks is a question mark, GRT. So everyone should be set in the prototypes. Don't see any real changes happening. Maybe not actually. Darkser isn't too far away from Taco. third and fourth. And once again, we look back to our GT field for the P2 fight, and it's still going on with Kasai and LES. Both drivers have been fighting non-stop since the start of Stint 7. Putting on a great show for all you guys watching on Twitch. I thank you all for watching. Iris into the pits for their final stop. Race leader. And Alex into the pits for the GT class. So, as I said, last couple of pit stops getting done now. I think they have a rule that you have to get your last mandatory stop, if they still do mandatory stops, done by 30 minutes. We just have over 10 minutes remaining for Stint 6 before we head into Stint 7. Good run here from the LES car, right on the back of the FFR car of Kasai, and through gets to the front of this little pack. Kasai falling just behind. Wait for a good run out of here. Looks like they're gonna get it. Walked up a little bit though. Probably just happy to chill behind at the moment. Pretty confident in the straight line speed of that Mustang. Dartman in the pits, also the FTC car. Side by side. Darkster up to P3. We'll try to get to that as quick as we can once Kasai gets back to the front there. So Darkster side by side. This is P3 for the prototypes. It's AFZ Taco. Darkster on a stellar drive right now, up to P3. Taco back to P4, and the P5 car of GRT not too far behind. Change of position at the back here in the prototypes. Rocket gets ahead of NWR Birchie for P7. A little bit of contact from these guys a couple of laps ago. Good sportsmanship to readdress that. They're back on the attack. Good battles in the prototype field tonight in this stint. Stint 5 had a brilliant prototype fight at the beginning. First 15 minutes was top 4 prototype cars, all battling each other quite hard. But they kind of spaced out, but tonight for the stint number 6, they've stayed quite close together and found someone to battle with. GTs have also stolen the show in both stints. Some really good racing in that field. There are Birchie looking to the inside to get ahead. Side by side. The job done. Back up to P7. Meanwhile, while we're watching this fight, GRT is up to P5 in the HYR car. FZ Taco back to P5. Looks like Darks are just ahead of them. Some A lot of GT cars everywhere. Try to keep it. I thought Darks was going to get held up there. Didn't. But what a stint from HYR. Cars positioned 1 and 4. The prototypes. And right on the back of Darkster now. We have a 3-car fight for the podium. It's just over 6 minutes remaining. Darkster was a bit of a slide. Maybe struggling with some tyres. Who knows? Feeling the pressure. BMW versus BMW. Oh, Darkster's off. Darkster's in the wall. Gets back onto track. Big save there from Darkster. Was all crossed up and had to wall ride it. Darko up to P4. Looking for P3. Darkster's not out of this though. He's in the slipstream also. 3rd, 4th and 5th all close together with only 5 minutes remaining. Side by side at the back here. GRT and Darkster. Taco gets P3 at the moment. Trying to get away, trying to break that slipstream. Darkster right on the back. The SMX car not too far behind these guys also. Moving across the track is Taco. Darkster looking to the inside. Side by side. Darkster gets the job around the outside. Up to P5. Up to P4, I'm sorry. Back to P5 for the GRT. They get past the Vise. Darkster looking forward. Trying to get back onto that podium. Big defense from Taco. Around the outside is Darkster though. Darkster up to P3. Taco back to P4, but he's still there. Getting a push from behind and gets the nose ahead. Cars moving all around the track. They were 3 wide for a second. Darkster back to P3. GRT nearly getting to the podium. Nearly gets both of them. There's a GT car. It's going to box a few people in. Side by side with the GT car. Use it as defense. SMX has now arrived. There's going to be a 4-car fight for P3. More GT cars. Darkster P3, GRT P4, Taco P5 and SMX in P6. Looking for the top 5 contact. They get away with it. 5th and 6th. And right into their business. And they need to catch back up. The Darkster and GRT as they're going to go side by side on the front straight. They complete another lap. Side by side are the BMW prototypes. Swordfish versus HYR for P3 here. They're going to get caught up with some GT cars in a really tough section of the track. GRT is currently P3, gets ahead of Darkster because of the lap traffic. It was a great move. Darkster had a wild moment just a couple of laps here ago. Darkster going really wide. Loses a bit of time though, backs off. Not gain an advantage. Slipstream should bring them back up though. The background, how's this fight going? It's quite close also. 5 and 6, they have to try to work together a little bit, but I think it might be too late, so they might just fight each other for that position. Side by side. Taco, the loser of that fight, a little bit of a bump. Gets the car unsettled, drops down to P6. Focus goes back to Darkster for the podium. Amazing end to Stint 6, and it's not done yet. Here comes Darkser. Around the outside. Awesome move from Darkser under the brakes. Can he hold it? He can. Now we need some good defense. Just under a minute and a half left. To the inside is the GRT driver for HYR. Contact, 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 contact. They're both off. Darkser. Does he hold on to P3? He does. The GRT car driver down to P6 now. SMX up to P4. Was down in P6 just a lap ago. Up to P4 now. Less than a minute remaining. And Darkser is going to hold off for one of the best recovery drives I've seen in TORA. And get that prototype back on the podium. Perhaps it's not done yet though. 30 seconds remaining. I'm going to jump back for the GT finish quickly because I think that's all sorted for the prototypes. Kasai trying to hold off for P2. LES do everything they can. Darkser, does he have enough? I think he does. What a race. What a final 5 minutes of the race. They slam on their brakes. HYR Iris was an absolute dominant performance in Stint 6. Razor was a good recovery drive. Really rough opening laps for them. Gets P2. Darkser for Swordfish gets onto the podium. SMX P4. Taco P5. GRT sadly saw the podium but falls back to P6. P7 is NWR Birchie. P8 is Rocket. Your winner again for the GT class is the AKA driver. Kasai wins the battle with LES. It was non-stop for roughly 2 hours. Gets P2 in class. LES P3. Valhalla leading early gets P4 just over RZR in the HYR car. LMP back there with FMG Devise. If you are Stone, the most stretch, Alex, Australia, FRD and FTC Dartman round out the GT field. That was insane. I need a drink. And that was even better. Apparently there's some beef between some drivers. So that is cool. What a race. Do I have a black screen for some reason? What's happened there? Do I have a black screen? It's a shame if I do. If anyone can tell me if the stream's playing up. I'll make sure that it's still working. No, it's all working still. Got a little bit worried there. But insane race. I need to get into the next lobby. So I'll be leaving this one. Hopefully I can get an invite from whoever's running Stint 7. So I'll be back in a sec. Could I get an invite, please? Sorry. UDP Haymaker, the streamer, please.
Because I kind of wanted it.
Okay, we are back, and we're just waiting for a few people to all ready up. And the Porsche I have selected, the car I've selected, because I did choose a prototype the last time, but the car I have selected was another TORA one, and it was TORA at Sunset, and this got us just outside the top 10. I think it was a 15th place, not like that. Highest placed Porsche. Definitely not the only Porsche that was in the event. Wasn't the most looked chosen Porsche. I teamed up with two drivers. I think we might see one of them tonight. I know AMS Red teamed up with AMS, and now going by alias Wick. Let me see who's in the field. HYR Vasco. Into Velocity back for redemption. Autumn here. JJ Reds. AFC Panther. HYR Dart. Dart. I'm just gonna call him Dart. Or them Dart, I should say. CBL. Back again. FRU. Is it FRU? Not kill me. LMP the Grinch. EVR Chris. AFMG Aaron. And AFMG Mercedes. SJM Taz. HYR Riddle U is back. Raygun vs Zombie. Fear the Mask is back. We've seen that. AFC Cyber or something like that. It was Cypher, maybe. I think it's Cypher. So we got a few people. We got another Cheeseburger League. Worthless Eagle 3. We got a fair few drivers in the field. SMX being here. Just, are we waiting on anyone? One team hasn't entered, because we did have a full lobby last time by. We have all our GTs, all our protos. Yes, we've got plenty of prototypes. Let's see how it goes. Thank you all for sticking by the stream for a long time. I know these are usually a lot of people get a lot of rest during these stints, as it's not the most ideal time for most people on the other side of the world. We should be green flag racing soon enough. And of course, if you've seen the stream title, it's going to be stream 5 to 7, stint 5 to 7, then I'll stop the stream and then start another stream, which will be 8 to 10 for stint B. Here we go, we're loading in. A good coverage. We've done 4 hours worth of racing so far, and we're going to get another 2 hours here from my POV, but we are at the midpoint of the race, so where they actually place right now is a pretty good indicator of how each team's going. We're midpoint, and we'll be getting ready to get some sunlight soon enough, surely. But will anything top that finish for the prototypes? In stint 6, I'm unsure. It's a really good performance from Darkso and a few other drivers in that race. Of course, we won't see many of those guys in this stint, because it's a crossover stint and you can't do back-to-back stints for this one. But we do see a lot of people from stint 5 rejoin us. Most of them are the guys that were involved in those opening lap battles that we saw in Stint 5. Velocity, Autumn and JJ Reds. HYZ car back up there, sadly having a DNF in Stint 6. AFC Panther just behind those guys. HYR car, this is the car to Autumn, I believe. I think that Autumn will be driving the car that Iris was driving, which absolutely flew in Stint 6. But another HYR car in Stint, starting P6, P7 SMX, which we saw a good performance from them. Near the end of that race in the Lamborghini, P7, in the Cheeseburger League, P8. And P9 is Milraki, and that's the Swordfish team, I believe. Then we go into our GT field, and we got Worthless Eagle and HYR Riddle U. We're about to go green flag racing. We load into the session. Hopefully we got everyone in and strapped in for some cool action. B lobby Stint 7. On a big streaming marathon. I might actually have to get my thing on charged here. Should be a good watch. Wait to load in. Long black screen. Here we go. We've loaded in. We're about to begin Stint 7. Very fast prototypes leading the field here. The GT pack is all scrambled. A lot of talented drivers in the GT field. But this front 3, even front 4 honestly, have put on a great show in Stint 5. We're Stint 7 now and they're back. Look at that beautiful field of cars. You can see them a little bit clearly now. But yeah, we're still in the dark here at Le Mans. See a little bit more light skies. I'm on board with Autumn here for the beginning. So once they hit that bridge, it's green flag racing for the stint, single file. And we're green, green, green. Great launch there by Velocity. One in redemption after Stint 5. Autumn follows in P2. A bit further back in the prototypes, we got Panther. Let's try to stick with these front running prototypes. One's a little bit wide though. It's going to be very vulnerable to the HYR car. There's going to be a battle a little bit further up also. Side by side here. Autumn and JJ Reds. They're going to try to go 3 wide. It's been the common occurrence in the prototypes in the opening laps to go 3 wide. JJ Reds gets the job done. Autumn drops back to P3. A little bit of contact there with the HYZ team on the HYR car. Battle for P3. These guys don't want to battle too hard. Let first and second skip away. Velocity not messing around. Once that stint win they should have got in Stint 5. Side by side. Autumn drops it down to P4. Bad exit though for the HYZ driver. Looks like everyone survives most of the scary moments early on in the prototypes. Back in the GT field. Middle U, SJM has EVR Chris up in the field also here. Middle U under some serious attack. A few other drivers. LP the Grinch. A few cars everywhere. Here am I. Talked about them before. In this little fight with Fear the Mask and Eleanor the Grinch. They're going to go 3 wide here in the GT class. 3 wide. A little bit of contact. A little more contact. Some more contact. 3 wide going to the corner. And it's the Mask. Gets ahead. Great move there. Little U. Down the P3 in the GT class. Behind them, EVR Chris. Haven't seen much from the EVR car in Stint 5 and 6. Pushing hard here though. Back forward to the prototypes. Autumn getting back up to P3. Right on the back is the HYZ driver. Right on the back of Autumn there. Won't be the most enjoyable thing to have when driving a prototype is a car right on the back of your car. Oh, bottom out then. Saves it. I thought that was going to head straight towards the wall. Space it out a little bit more. Leader of the GT class. It's Vagun versus Zombie. Worthless Eagle just behind. Behind them is Riddle U. JJ Reds fighting with Autumn. P2 in the class, and they've caught velocity a little bit. No, it wasn't Velocity that they caught. Velocity's still well ahead. JJ Reds is fighting HYZ. Autumn up to P2. Oh, thought someone was going to go around there. JJ Reds comfortably P3 right now, trying to get position back on Autumn. These two battled a lot in Stint 5. Is there going to be a move? No, JJ Reds thinks better of it. Big train of prototypes though. 5 prototypes very close together. The leading two going to go side by side. The Reds gets ahead for a little while, but Autumn I think has a better run now. No, JJ Reds holds it. Autumn around the outside though. Deep on the brakes. Gets back up to P2 and covers the inside for the next corner. Good car positioning there. JJ's going to get caught on the outside. Having a look was the HYZ driver. Behind them is the CBL car and the other HYO car, the sister car to Autumn. Good battle in the prototypes. No mistake there from JJ Reds. A little bit wide, but it's all good. Gets back into the rhythm of things. Gets back onto the racing line. We see a move coming up here. It just sits behind someone in the pits early. That is the CBL car. First driver into the pits for the race. See Velocity comfortably in the lead of the prototype field. Keep an eye on the lead of the GT field also. Right now the prototypes all bunched together. get a good exit from the AMS car. Get a good run here. JJ, he's got to the lead before in Stint 5. These two need to start working together if they want to catch Velocity, but I think Velocity is going to be too hard to catch for this stint. JJ back to the lead. Autumn back into P3. HYR putting themselves in a good position after some really good stint runs in stints 5 and 6. Looking for another good stint run. They head back ahead of the AMS team. Bit of a slide there. But everyone getting a little bit sideways there. Everyone pushing it really hard in the opening minutes of stint 7. Is that a change in position at the back here? Not yet. Meanwhile, so we're going to get 2 HYR cars in this little battle pack. They've dropped off AFC Panther by the looks of it. From this fight, it's become just a 4-car fight for the prototypes. A little bit of contact there. Autumn to the back of JJ. JJ makes a little mistake because of that. Has a bit of grass. Looks like Autumn's going to try to readdress it a little bit. And that has resulted with HYZ getting up to P2. JJ and Autumn still fighting it out. Not done yet. As I said, we saw a pit stop last lap by. If anyone jumps into the pits also. 10 minutes down in the session. Autumn going for the move on. JJ heading into T1. Side by side again. Autumn back to P3. JJ just sitting behind. Wait for the straights again to get the job done. Go. So it still just knows the tail. JJ not really going for a move there. We're trying to work together a little bit to catch back up to the HYZ driver as they're trying to break the slipstream. So they don't want anyone getting away from each other. As we see where NWR velocity is. So this battle's not over yet. It's a bit of a bit of a quiet period, but I think it's going to heat up very quickly. Doesn't take much to get right on the back of another driver in these prototypes, especially on these straights. AMS JJ Reds still sitting behind, hasn't really went for a move this lap. Is he going to go for one now? No, still comfortable sitting behind Autumn. Autumn starting to catch the car ahead. That's probably what JJ's seen. Look at how our GT field's going. It's getting quite close for the lead. Really close in general there. Aaron trying to hold off another driver at the back there. If anything's going to happen soon. Prototypes, they were usually pitting earlier than GTs, which makes sense. No pit stops this time by. Look back a little bit. Keep an eye on our GT fight for the lead. Mainly similar to the Protos. Battle for second at the moment. Leader just has a bit of a comfortable gap, but that can change very quickly. Big group of cars. A mistake now could see you drop all the way back to P5 in class. Battle for the lead. Fear the Mask and Ray Gun vs Zombie. Oh, Fear the Mask miles off track. And really bad rejoin, but didn't really have much of an option. There was grass on the inside. Pushed the car beyond its means. Oh, gets really close to that wall there. Luckily, gets away with it. Drops down to P2 though, and under attack by HYR Riddle U. Good battle in there. We got the prototypes though on the main straight, so there'll be a lot of position changes. Autumn is now on the back of second place. A bit of contact. Good job not to get spun around there. Luckily the contact was quite flat on the back, so you can't really spin them. And Railgun vs Zombie is in the pit lane. So some GTs getting to the pits early. Which splits out that battle pack. This battle pack at the moment really close together still. Interesting when they decide to pit. Some pack racing. And we got JJ Reds pushing the HYZ driver to try to get ahead of Autumn. Autumn fighting back though. It was a good side draft around the outside. This will come to inside. Still side by side. Side by side as if they're doing a formation lap. Very quick formation lap though. A little bit of contact in the back was the wall perhaps, but got away with it. Autumn back up to P2. Great race right now. And Autumn's going to fall back to P3. It was a great move around the outside by HYZ. Oh, keep it off the wall. Nice job. Autumn getting back to the front of this pack, perhaps. Back and forth. These drivers give each other just enough room so they can go side by side through a bunch of corners. J Red's sitting comfortably in P4 right now. We're looking to move up the field. See any moves into this first chicane? No. See Little mistake though, Autumn on the exit, a little bit of contact. Regathers it. Still lead the pack. Looking for a move before they get to straight. Probably not the best thing because it'll ruin your run on the straight. And here comes the second HYR car. Probably come assist the sister car. There they go. HYZ still leading though, Autumn. Then we got the second HYR car, and then JJ Reds ran out the field for the AMS car. Or ran out this pack, I should say. Autumn on the attack once again. Lap after lap as it's been all night. Cars fighting into these big braking zones. Autumn not done yet though. These prototypes, they can find some really cool racing lines. It's all the aero on these cars. With contact, nothing major. Side by side. Two drivers just behind, waiting to see who makes a mistake first ahead, if they can get ahead of both the drivers, or at least one of them. Stuck behind the pack, side by side, Autumn. Should get the car alongside enough. No, falls a little bit back. Fall in line. The first time in a while, we'll go single file in the prototypes. Couple more GTs in the pits. Little U leads the GT pack at the moment. Still yet to do a pit stop. And Velocity into the pits now, so I wonder how many of these drivers will follow them into the pit lane. Everyone's going to follow each other into the pit lane. Does Panther go into the pit lane? No, decides to stay out. Look back a little bit. Little U off the mask. Aaron just behind in the AFMG car. And I think our leader, GT class, is Worthless Eagle. Railgun vs Zombie, having a little mistake. Moment, which saw them actually fall a little bit further down. Autumn's exit the pit lane. So, come out P3 after the pit stops. HYZ P4, JJ P5 and P6. Being the second of the HYR cars. Vasco, I'm pretty sure. So announce that. The HYR BMW car. So it looks like HYR choosing to run one Porsche and one BMW prototype. Porsche being the main selection for Lobby B. Autumn once again continuing the fight after their pit stop. Right behind. Second of the HYR cars dropping off a little bit. Don't want to drop off too much, lose the slipstream, and you might lose this battle. Here comes Autumn for a good move on the inside. JJ's just sitting behind, currently P5. Panther's still yet to pit, who leads the race. Just thought JJ was catching HYZ exit. Z was a really good exit and gets alongside Autumn, gets the nose ahead on the inside. Autumn was a bit of a shake in the steering. Drop back behind. And here is JJ. So another prototype not too far behind. I think that's a CBL car. Decide to undercut most people. That might work if he keeps on doing that while these guys fight. If there's any accidents, which I hope not, you can take advantage of. There was a little mistake there, big mistake there in the steering. They have a second grab of it. And that'll mean he'll be vulnerable from HYR Vasco. Autumn on the attack again. Been really strong when on the attack. Just sadly the slipstream been too much, which is making it a little too vulnerable on the defense. Panther into the pits and CBL into the pits. NWR Velocity retakes the lead for the prototypes. Looks like we're gonna start getting through the GT field. Speaking of the GT field, the mask leader at the moment was this currently P2. SJM P3. We've got Kiramai P13, Middle U 14th, and AFMG. Aaron Zombie is leading for a little while. And it looks like our main battle right now is P2 in the prototypes. Prototype fight. In the main fight for Stint 7, GT field bit split up after the start, after they did their pit stops. So maybe a few mistakes cost them a few important seconds, which have split them up. See if that they close in on each other again. But here comes Autumn back up to P2. The GT being in a really uncomfortable spot on the exit, just balked up the HY car of Autumn. Still side by side, the prototypes. I've seen it multiple times already. The crisscross happening. Autumn to the inside. Is that behind JJ Red's? Not too far behind these guys. Catch back up and get involved. He's been a bit quiet the last couple of laps. Just sitting behind. And side by side still give each other plenty of space for that corner. That was beautiful to watch. Still side by side, but a little bit wide for the HYZ driver, which invites JJ Red through. JJ Red up to P3. Vasco just in behind in P5. JJ has timed his run perfect and now up to P2, Autumn back to P3. Oh, the lap car fully sent was JJ Reds. Didn't waste any time with that lap car, fully sent it. Leader of the GT class, Fear the Mask, is into the pit lane. EVR Chris is also into the pit lane. Good battle at the back here. Autumn falling all the way down to 5th now. Vasco on the attack, looking for that podium. With contact between the HYR cars. There you go, each side of the GT class. HYR dropping off a little bit. JJ and the HYZ team cars. They go lap AFMG Aaron. Change for P2. JJ dropping a little bit behind thanks to the slipstream. Now we'll watch Autumn try to get the move on the teammate, move on the sister car. Teammate for Le Mans. Oh, that was a weird dart to the left. Get through a lot of the GT cars. JJ looking for a move here. Won't get done yet. I think Autumn that is catching up to a bunch of GT cars and they get a little bit in the way as they have their own battles to worry about. HYR team cars might start to work together to catch these two. AMS versus HYZ. Minutes down in stint 7. Here we go. What we got? Can JJ get it done? Seen comfortably before. Check back on the HYR fight. They look like I hope they're working together. Autumn having some bad luck, dropping back a little bit. Know the pace she has. Check on our GT field. So after that round of pit stops, Worthless Eagle leads from the SJM team. Fear the Mask back to P3. Here my P4, Riddle U P5. Aaron is behind these guys. What a move there! We just saw Gamai go right around the mask. Really good move there for position 3, and there was a change for the lead. We just missed sadly. Worth the Eagle going to the pit lane though. So that will drop them out of this battle pack. Is that Aaron not too far behind these guys? Aaron's not too far behind. Fear the Mask. Dealing with the prototype going through. Other prototypes, we'll try to keep an eye on those prototypes up the pack, up the front there. A bit of coverage of the GTs, but we've done a fair amount of coverage for the last stints. We'll try to share the love around. Here we go. Side by side again. And sadly it looks like we lost Vasco a little bit from this pack. Still there though, so any funny business and you get right back up there. JJ back to the P2, I was about to say the lead, but Velocity doing a great job in the lead. We don't want to curse him too much. And Autumn has rejoined the fight for P2. Here we go. JJ to the inside. Might get it done. Autumn looking for a move on JJ. JJ goes a little bit deep. Nothing happens. They all survive. Difficult things to race these prototypes. So you can brake so late. Go flat out around a lot of corners. Racing someone, especially when you don't race prototypes often on the game, it can be quite difficult jumping back into it, and one, driving it by yourself, but driving in a pack like this, get some top drivers, it's easy to make a little couple mistakes, especially when you get your aero taken away from you. Squiggle there. DJ Reds sitting comfortable. Where are you? In a battle pack there, also in the GT class. Right now, JJ right on the back. These two really close together. Autumn right on the back of JJ. JJ worrying about two cars. One in front of him, one behind. Don't see anyone shooting to the pits soon. No, we keep on going. It's great to see. Want to see some on-track action. So plenty so far. The past stints, and we've seen a lot at the beginning of this race. These guys have been battling each other non-stop because they all pitted together. Non-stop for over 30 minutes. JJ, what can he do? He's had some good runs onto the straight before, and it looks like he has another one. Right on the back, a little bit of bump drafting. Does he move to the inside to pull a move? Is he comfortable just sitting there at the moment? Careful that you don't get too comfortable and lose a spot to Autumn. Moves to the inside. No, he doesn't get the job done. He just decides to sit back and wait. And that has cost him a bit of time. So a little handy gap for HYZ driver. That gap gets absolutely eaten in a straight line around here on the straights with the slipstream. And now JJ can get a good run because he got a good exit there again. Does he move? Does he feint to the left or the right? Oh, he thinks about it a couple of times, but he's just comfortable sitting there. He's done that a couple of times tonight. He just sits there and he waits for the perfect moment. At the moment, you have to be a little bit worried about a move from behind. We've seen a couple of times when there's been a couple of cars flying ahead of him. He's sat there and just waited, and then he's got the move on both of them. He's pretty good in these environments. Pretty sure I saw Iris in the chat supporting the HYR team, both Autumn and Vasco. And that was our Stint 6 winner, who absolutely dominated with some really good opening lap moves to get to the front and just run away with it. JJ taps the wall a little bit. He's done that a couple of times tonight. A few drivers have done that tonight and have got away with it. Someone eventually isn't going to get away with it. Here comes JJ. Is he going to pull a move now? He's still just sitting behind. Backs off a bit to get a nice run again. Oh, mistake. Mistake for the HYZ driver. And that might involve Autumn getting through also. Not just JJ. Bumps. Get into the braking zone. JJ's starting to run away with it now. He probably added so much pressure there. Some really good driving from the Alien Motorsport team. Spaces out a little bit here. Catch up with what the chat's saying. Yes, I have not lost my voice yet. It's getting close though. At some points it's getting a little bit close. I need to just take a drink. Get some drinking ASMR. There we go. We got SMX into the pits. One of our GTs into the pits also. Raygun and Zombie also in the pits. In the GT class. There's a move happening for second. Get this stuff off the way. Out of the way, I should say. Yeah, it was a bit of a slide there. Trying to regather it still. Have the inside for the next corner. So if you can just hold there. Oh, a little bit of wiggling from a couple of the drivers. Get MS to lead, and here comes Autumn. Autumn finding the opportunity to get ahead, and it's back up into P3. See if she can get back ahead of JJ. We've been sitting there for a while now. It's worked hard to catch back up to these two. Oh, the sideways for JJ. Hangs onto it. Just a little bit of a bump on the side. Thought there was going to be a collision there. And a little mistake there from HYZ. In that corner, sees Autumn comfortably get P3 now. JJ up to P2. Vasco just a bit further behind Panther, CBL, and SMX. There's JM in the P10. Second in the GT class. No, first in the GT class actually. Got the Swordfish car. Riddle U currently P2. Via the Mask P3. FMG Aaron. Spaced out in the GT still. For the most spaced out GT field we've had so far tonight, and everyone's in the pit lane. Still Panther before be on a different strat, and a little bit longer than everyone else, so we'll see if they do the same thing. It looks like it. And there is pit entry and they don't go in. NWR Velocity still leading the field. MS JJ Reds currently P2. As there goes Panther, which has to do pit stop, we expect in the next couple of laps. And they've come out just in front of this angry bunch. On cold tyres at the moment, but they'll get warmed up very quickly. Autumn currently in a P4 spot. JJ looks like you're gonna get by. Easy job here. Panther just on a different strat. Oh no, that's not good if it's a black screen. Oh, we lost the CBL car and it's one of the GT class cars. It's a real shame there. Meantime, Panther's lost that position to JJ. Down to P3. Meanwhile, Autumn actually lost the position to HYZ. And those two will catch up to the back of Panther here and may pass them this lap. Trying to hang on. But yeah, the JJ is probably enjoying good breakaway on the pack a little bit here, hoping Panther kind of fights these two and balks them up. This is the first time he's had some breathing room or stint. The side by side, the HYZ driver. And Autumn just behind them. Oh, a little bit of contact. A little bit of contact saves it. That's going to be really bad. We're going to have a big prototype crash. Autumn gets ahead. Still quite spaced out. Little U falling behind this Eagle. Little GT battling with this Eagle. I think stint leader at the moment. He has done a pit stop. I think one more pit stop than most drivers at the moment. But doesn't mean you can't race him, as Little U is fighting right now. They are 14th and 15th. On track. Side by side again. That's right, and Little U gets back ahead. In the HYR Mustang. Seeing a little battle ahead. Yes, we are. The GT class. SJM around the outside, might just try to shoot to the inside. Let's see a Porsche. Absolutely love some Porsches. Side by side, perhaps. No, he doesn't get the perfect run. GMI and SJM phase are pretty short. Phase on the back for possible move. Nothing happens yet. Looks to the inside a little bit, but it won't be close enough for a move. Jump back to a prototype fight. soon enough. Worthless Eagle getting ahead of Riddle Ute. And the battle with P3 looks like it's going to continue. As we get Damask into the pit lane for the GT class. Autumn now on the back of HYZ driver. Here we go, Autumn's still there. Expect a move from Autumn soon enough. No, still just in there, but she has worked her way back up. And both of them have actually worked their way up to JJ by mistake. Big slide, lucky to keep out of the wall. And Autumn should have the run that shouldn't be challenged really for P3 there. Big mistake from HYZ. JJ P2 and only just ahead at the moment, but gained a bit more time thanks to that kerfuffle. And back at P5, actually got ahead of HYR Vasco, who I still think is yet to pit actually. Guys, there we go, there's the pit stop. So Vasco should go back up to P5. CBL also into the pits. Aaron's still out on track in the GT class or AFMG, and there's a decent gap back to DMI. See how these prototypes go again. I don't think the fight's completely done yet. For P3 for the podium. Autumn trying to hold on. Good bump drafting there. Maybe trying to work together again to catch back up to AMS JJ Reds. So they get a lap on EVR Chris. A little bit of contact there. Not ideal, but everyone survives. Right on the back. Serious bump drafting. Oh, a bit of a slide for JJ. A bit further ahead, and this is what these two have been wanting, to continue this three-way fight for second. These guys have stolen the show for Stint 7. They've been the main event. Still got a lot of racing left in Stint 7. Aaron into the pit lane, and he will lose the lead of the race at the moment. We've all caught up to JJ. They're on the tail of that AMS car, and we are going to continue our three-way fight. Right on board with Autumn for a little bit. Myself a drink. fight here. AMS JJ Reds got caught up in some lap car shenanigans. Not real shenanigans, the lap car was just in an unfortunate spot, and that has resulted in carnage for the lead of this little battle pack. They're gonna go 3 wide. 3 wide in the prototypes. Let's go. HYZ, AMS and HYR all battling together. 3 wide, who backs out first? They're still 3 wide. Who leads the corner? They're still 3 wide. They want us to all stick around 3 wide. And sadly, that results in a few cars not getting the ideal run, and JJ is back to the lead. Autumn, the biggest loser out of that, drops back to P4. JJ again, attacked again. It's not done, side by side. Keeps his cool though, stays around the outside and holds on to P2. Go. And another lap car out of the way from the GT class. And Worthless Eagle is into the pit lane. Still the front of, was at the front of that GT field. A bit of a holding pattern at the moment. We'll wait until we get onto the straights again and everyone gains big time on each other. Well, Autumn likes her chances for a move into T1. Oh, everyone gets balked up behind the GT cars. Shenanigans, that's Aaron and Railgun Zombie just behind them. They all survive. A little bit of contact, Aaron's just holding on. At the moment, we're back to the main fight that we're watching. A little bit spaced out. Keep an eye on Aaron and that fight at the back there if we can, after they go through next hard braking zone, because that's where the main passes are. And little passes. Oh, that was a very late move there. Aaron in the background here. Lost the spot, but you'll get a good draft here from Raygun vs Zombie. Meanwhile, focus back to the prototypes. FZ Panther is in the pits. Autumn just a little bit too far back from these two now. We'll catch right back up, no doubt. Really bad exit from the HYZ driver. And that has probably just allowed Autumn to get the slipstream to stay with these guys. So it's currently JJ and then both the HYZ cars, Z car and HYR car. And we have another HYR car a little further back. By themselves a little bit. They were involved in this fight early on, so they're not having the pace to stick with. Check out some GT fights if there's any to keep track of. Aaron's still close together with Raygun. See a move from Aaron. Close enough. AFMG next up car. No, still a bit too far back by the GT car in a decent enough spot before some really awkward corners to get stuck behind a GT car. This fight closed in again. Let's go for another round. Will make a mistake first. It looks like FZ is going to make a mistake. HYZ is going to make a mistake first. Somehow gets it out of the gravel. It's going to be very vulnerable to Autumn. Holds on. Most drivers sliding after hitting that curb. Just sitting and waiting. We've got a couple of GT cars all going to the pit lane. Main focus is these three because we look away and there's going to be a change of position. We'll see how this story unfolds, and it looks like let's see HYZ get back to the lead of this pack. JJ back to P3. It's going to be very interesting who ends up winning out, finishing ahead out of these three of each other, because each one has had a chance at leading this little battle pack. Looks like we have another change of the lead of the pack. JJ heading back to the front. About to put a lap on, I believe, the Swordfish BMW prototype. We see ahead, and it's like blue flags will happen soon. They'll use as much slipstream from a lap car first, and that will probably help JJ maintain his lead going into this corner. There goes a couple of the bollards. Oh, a little mistake, a little shake. Hangs on to it though. SMX prototype in the pits. JJ inside, outside HYZ. Little bit of contact, they're still side by side, but JJ's in the better position. Bit of a shake in the background from Autumn. Going to the back of each other though, once again. Be careful, it's an easy way for someone to get facing the wrong way. What have we got here? What has anyone have left in store before they go into the pits? There's velocities in the pits, and I'm pretty sure all three of these guys are following in. Autumn hasn't jumped to the pits, gonna stay out. Try to go the overcut. Old strategy here. Field doesn't look like there's much happening. That's not good. Black screen for a quick second. Luckily no one drops out. You in the pits, SJM into the pits. And Fear the Mask will take over the race lead for the GT class in Stint 7. And still coming around, doing a great job in the AFMG car. sounding Porsche. Surprised not see many Porsches. Porsche was one of the main cars from the last 24-hour in 2025. Not many in this lobby. We're choosing either a Mustang, a Corvette, or BMW. The Reds. There's battle happening right now. They have to be worried a bit of Autumn. They work together and get the slipstream. They might even pull on her, but if they fight too much, she might jump them completely. There we go. JJ still holding the position. Autumn. Getting close to the end of the lap. And yeah, I can't see her going more than going one more lap. But crazy things have happened with some strategies tonight. A few people pitting a little bit off cycle. Most people pitting the same because usually there's an ideal tyre strat. Also, tyres fresh. Of course, you don't want a ton of fuel in your car either, but I think everyone has to fuel their cars to the max. I think that is the main thing that goes most of the time. And Autumn is in the pit lane. Autumn in the pit lane. NWR Velocity should take back the race lead. And of course, we're watching for these guys when they cross the line. See if they are either ahead or behind Autumn. Oh, a little bit of a war tap again. We've seen that plenty of times by JJ. A little bit of a wiggle also, that's not ideal. Side by side. Oh, JJ fights back and holds on to the position. Here's Autumn though. She's at the pit lane exit pit lane for the HYR team, and looks like it's gonna get ahead of both of them. Up to P2 and a comfortable gap to these two, as those two started to fight a fair amount more than they needed to. So Autumn up to P2. Velocity still leads for the NWR team. JJ back in P3 and P4 is HYZ. Gotta see a move at all. Not yet. Thinks better of it. Getting close to that 30-minute mark to go in stint 7. I'm gonna keep the camera on JJ Reds. He's actually caught the back of Autumn by the looks of it again. So Autumn's gap that she had on the two drivers behind has now been eaten up. It looks like this fight is going to continue for P2 in the prototypes. They're a little bit spaced out again.
I'm going to keep the camera on JJ and I'll be back in a second. A little break and we're back. So we'll keep the camera on JJ and get a little bit of ASMR. Hey, what has happened here? Hey guys, streamed for a couple of hours and I needed to go to the bathroom, so we're back. Something has happened to JJ. If someone wants to update me with what happened, that would be nice. Yeah, right now Autumn currently P2 and HYZ P3, and yeah, JJ Red's behind even the second HYR car. Definitely not ideal for a 3-car fight. 26 minutes remaining in stint 7. I had to give myself a bit of a fuel up with some food. I should wake up and get straight into this commentary, this big stream. Thank you all for tuning in for last couple of stints. Of course, after the end of this stint, we'll end the stream and then we'll start another stream, which will be stream for stint 8 to 10 of the stints for B lobby still. Right now we're having some good battles in B lobby. There's been battles in every single stint. Doesn't matter who the drivers are in each stint, there's been some great battles throughout the night stints. And as I said, we wouldn't be too far away. I'm seeing some daylight soon, which I think a lot of these cars will enjoy. A lot more grip on the track. CBL into the pits. JJ Red's not too far behind the sister HYR car to Autumn. That will be HYR Vasco. Right now, we'll focus on this battle for P2. Last lap, they look like they've been working together. I think they could change very quickly if a passing opportunity does arise. Oh, so he spun. Well, I guess luckily I had him on stream, I guess, so we do have that for the archive. Real shame though for JJ Reds, because it was a good battle between those two drivers. And we're still going to have a battle between Autumn and HYZ driver, but 3-car fights are always great to watch. The more the merrier in a fight. So, yeah, thanks for the update in the chat. FMG Aaron is in the pit lane. We're getting to the point where we're reaching their final pit stop. The race. About 23 minutes remaining in stint 7. Right on the back. This feels like it's glued to the back of that HYR prototype. Look at the GT drivers. Quite close for the lead of the GT class. Further back is a bit spaced out. Might jump into that fight since these guys are working well together at the moment. Yeah, that is the visual look of these two drivers. As I said, there's a lot of people stored in pit stops, so we'll find out in the next roughly 10 to 15 minutes how everyone is trailing along and where everyone's going to finish at the end of this stint. Some good performances from a couple of drivers here. Good to see Porsche leading the GT class. Further back, it's of course SJM phase. Just a little bit further behind is Worthless Eagle. Back up to our prototypes. Looking at a good battle still happening. These guys haven't really left each other, other than that pit stop that Autumn did when a lap later. Saw her jump to the front of this pack. It was a pack when we had JJ here. They've been glued to each other since the start of the race. Over an hour worth of racing. Side by side, neck and neck, non-stop. There's Vasco. Vasco might have a little battle with JJ near the end of this race. So that'll be something to keep an eye on. Meanwhile, when we looked away, Autumn back to P3. The shenanigans was the game. Still. But yeah, Autumn back to P3. We see a move happening soon enough from Autumn to get back to the front of this. Been working quite well the last couple of laps. It hasn't been as aggressive with some of the moves. Not quite sure if that's due to not having 3 cars in the fight, where you have to be a little bit more defensive and more of that because you don't want to be at the back of that pack as much. You may lose the slipstream of the 2 cars ahead. A little mistake there from Autumn, but nothing serious. SMX into the pits for the prototypes, currently in P8. Another lap on a GT car. Here we go. Any move at all from Autumn? No, he's still just going to sit behind. So it doesn't look like there's really any incentive to pass at the moment. Less than 20 minutes remaining. Still with a pit stop to be done. Talking about pit stops, a couple of our GT cars doing their final stops for the stint. See how close these two are. Get a little bit closer. Something to keep an eye on. Oh, a little bit of collision as they catch one of the lap cars at a wrong time. They all survived though. Still right on the back. These two bump drafting each other really well. We saw the roles reversed a couple of laps ago. It was entertaining to watch. There's a lot of the GT cars in the pits. Of a space, and this gap has definitely closed with JJ Reds right on board with him as he closes in the gap to HYR Vasco. Good little battle here. JJ Red's getting the move done. At the moment, but it's not over yet. HYR Vasco doesn't want them to get away, and also probably want to help the HYR sister car. If you hold up JJ Red's, it's going to mean he's going to not get as much distance as they probably want in the Alien Motorsport car. They're catching up to one of the GT cars. This Eagle, one of our front running GT cars. They both clear them well. Thank you all for the support in the chat. See Kasai there. Kasai doing a great job in Stint 5 and 6. Put on a big show for everyone watching for Lobby B. And we can't wait to see them, I think, back in Stint 9. So in a couple of hours time, we'll see Kasai back in the field. Driving that FFR Mustang. And also, I see Len. Oh, we got pit stops. into the pits. A lot of GTs in the pits also. Important thing though is Autumn staying out, so the strat is to stay out again and have a little bit better tyres till the end. But yeah, FMG Land in the chat. It's good to see him supporting his teammate, the AFMG car. I believe he is racing an A lobby, which is a really good achievement for him. He's one of our other good friends, Galeda, as a part of that team, Galeda 8. Next up, AFMG combination for Le Mans. Prototypes X in the pits now. Looks like JJ's actually gained a bit in the pit stop. So yeah, thank you all, and yeah, it's cool. The Lobby A guys talking about, yeah, it's a big commitment for this stream. It's the longest I usually stream. Usually I do a quick sharp show for ACC. We discuss some stats in the practice, quick qualify, and then only about a 30 to 45 minute race. And yeah, we're covering a long stream at the moment. Speaking of AFMG, Aaron doing a great job at the moment. You can see him just behind a couple of prototypes. As I said, I can't wait till the sun comes up because we've got some beautiful liveries in the field. A lot of artists put a lot of effort in these liveries, and if you've been paying attention with when I've chosen a new car when to join the lobby, we've seen a couple of liveries what we've done in past endurance races, and a lot of our artists at UDP do a great job also. Speaking of some great artists, HYR is full of some great artists, and they are currently leading the way with Autumn still yet to do the final pit stop for the race. Had a special post when they launched the livery, a Vogue magazine style post on their Instagram and other socials, so go check them out. Friendly bunch of people over there, and they're doing a really good job. We saw Iris in Stint 6 absolutely dominate in the prototype class. At the moment, someone who should retake the lead is NWR Velocity, who really should have won Stint 5, but we've talked about it a fair amount at the start of the lobby. It's some bad luck, but we won't focus on them because we don't want anything bad to happen. Autumn going into pits now, and this is going to be important to keep track of, is how her battle with HYRC continues. Undercut or overcut work here. There's only about 11.5 seconds remaining in the session, so we're definitely going to have a sprint to the end for most people if they're close together. JJ has a comfortable gap at the moment to the second HYR prototype, the BMW version of the prototype I should say, a Porsche and a BMW one. HYZ, what was that? Got a pit stop? I got a feeling they've forgotten fuel or haven't put enough fuel in. Has thrown away a very good result. Because Autumn's exiting the pits now. Velocity retakes the lead for the stint. Autumn coming out P2. And that's going to mean AMS JJ Reds is going to go back up to P3 after a little kerfuffle. We're going to see HYR Vasco got to P4, and that's looks like it could be the end of our battles in the prototypes, which is a real shame because we put on a show for most of this stint, and a real shame for the HYZ team. It drops all the way back to P6 now in the class, which really doesn't reflect how good of a race they had. SJM leads the GT class with 10 minutes remaining in the work. That car was driven by, I believe, Valhalla. in Stint 5 and 6. Kieran, I think ex-Australia drove that car for a while. But currently P2 in the Porsche. Worthless Eagle currently P3. Feed the Mask, we saw them in Stint 5 and they've touched the lead a couple times in this stint. Currently P4. Another HYR car, it's a HYR party in B lobby. There's 3 cars entered in this lobby after qualifying. Gun versus Zombie. That was the Kasai car, which we saw a lot of in the last 2 stints. FMG Aaron, we saw Saki run that in stint 5 and Devise run it in stint 6. We're seeing AFMG Aaron in it at the moment. It's supported by AFMG Lan, the cheese himself. The rest of our field was EVR. We saw some really good opening laps from the EVR team. Another good team full of artists. The rest of the field, Alan P, the Grinch. Further back, we saw that car involved in some good battles in the earlier stints. So, really spaced out GT class at the moment. Is our gaps between 5th and 6th. Decent gap there. Gap between 3rd and 4th still quite close. Don't think close enough for a move, so it looks like we're actually going to have a quiet end to stint 7 compared to how stint 5 and 6 were. Yeah, real shame. He was doing really well. Doesn't deserve to finish that far back. I don't think the gap between a lot of the drivers will show the true story, because Autumn, HYZ, and JJ were just really close together for over an hour, well over an hour, and for it to end that way is a real shame. Just need to make sure I move my cookies, because I need fuel for myself, and my cat has been eyeing it up. So I do not want my cat eating the cookies. So a bit of a quiet spell. We haven't actually had that for a while, which I've been hoping for, so I could eat some food, but now, like, I feel hungry. So we'll just look at the rest of the field as we get to the end. Like, there's just over 6 minutes remaining. Sadly, most of the field's spaced out. What do you expect after a long stint? Like, there's a lot of stories to be told throughout the field, and there's so many drivers. Like, it's a good turnout for Le Mans, and we thank the community for still sticking with the game, trying to stick with each other more than the game. It's just the community as a whole. Like, a lot of these people have been racing with each other for many years now, and some people are having a good send-off. There's a couple of cars that probably like last get together for a couple of teams, and yeah, it's been a good race. If people are deciding to retire from Forza, I wish them the best. But yeah, there's still some talent in the field, and yeah. I have missed the change for position, but HYZ has made their way up to P5. And I know they're around. What has happened there? That was extremely weird. It's like they got hit, but they weren't hit by anything. And I got a feeling they got damage. So they must have got collected pretty hard. this, and then we go like see if I know how to, cool if I know how to work this actually. Oh, there we go. There's that button. We've been commentating ACC so much. Oh, look at the damage. Ouch. And that is really not how that car should have finished tonight. Everything was going really well into the final 20 minutes of the race. Still going to try to get the car home, and I hope they do. It's a real shame. After all the work they put in and put on a great show for everyone who was watching. They should still be proud of the performance in the stint. Yeah, a real shame for the team. What's the gap? Might be able to hold on to P6 though, so but positions aren't the main thing for TORA stints, it's the distance, and they're gonna lose a lot of distance on everyone else. We're a bit close up front, are we, for the GT class? You can see him. That is something. See the car ahead. Hopefully these guys close up just a little bit so we get a good finish for a stint win. See the changes in position. A few drivers putting some good performance in to get their team a bit further up after either some poor qualifying or some poor opening stints. Did they get back to the pits yet? Still limping the car back. Really damaged. The worst part is all the engine damage and all the components, not just the body and the springs and the brakes. It's the engine and that been all destroyed. So a real shame for that team. We've got about 2 minutes remaining, and it's a bit close for the lead for the GT class, but other than that, everyone quite spaced out. A decent gap between Autumn and JJ Reds. Velocity. Autumn actually not too far away from Velocity. Less than what I thought. We haven't seen Velocity or Race. Has been doing a good job out in front. And they've made the car back into pit lane, which is good news. So hopefully they get fixed and can get a little bit more distance what they would have got otherwise, and finish in style. Sadly, looks like they're going to lose another position though. Change of position. SMX move up to P6. And meanwhile, we had one of our black swings. We actually lost a second of our CBL cars, which is a real shame. Yeah, SMX up to P6. Swordfish car, which we saw Darkser have a brilliant performance near the end of stint 6, which if you haven't watched or didn't watch, once the VOD goes up, rewatch that. That was an awesome battle in the dying stages of stint 6. I think it was 4 prototypes all battling for P3. It was a real good watch. And the good news now is the HYZ car is back on track. And real shame is because of all those shenanigans has went a whole lap down to their main rival, which was HY car of Autumn. All it took was 20 minutes of bad luck and it cost them a whole lap behind in distance. And and talk about distance. It's race over. And your stint winner, Redemption from Stint 5, NWR Velocity. Autumn gets P2. P3 is JJ Reds. The second HYR car of Vasco is P4, Panther P5. SMX gets P6, HYZ after some bad luck P7. There's a couple of other drivers, 8, 9, winner of... Oh, wrong one. Winner of our GT class, SJM phase. And they were chased home by the Porsche of Girami or Girimi or something like that. Whereas the Eagle finished at the podium, and some other good performances throughout in the pack that they touched the lead for a little while, a couple of these drivers just behind them, and overall it was a pretty good stint. Only 2 cars failing to finish the race, but a couple of shenanigans. Awesome battle for P2, Autumn, JJ Reds, and AFC, HYZ team doing a great job. So we're looking like we're gonna end this stream, start a new stream. So keep an eye on the Twitch. We will boot the stream back up for stint number 8. Yeah, I had to remember what stint we're on to. So yeah, I thank you all for watching so far, and I'll see you over for the next stream.